chasing the light. From jump points to battle, through wreckage and war, he's seen it all, and he's coming for more. Through pyros, fire, through the outlaw's gaze, he's chasing down the headhunters, murder hobos toe. Supermax flying, no destination, no fear, a legend in motion, the frontier is near. Freedom fighters rise, the battle is nigh. For the citizens, for prosperity, we fight or we die. Scavenging the depths where the shadows creep, trading routes through the void so deep. With stealth and skill, he's earned his name. Every system echoes his fame. The verse is wild, but he plays it smart, with a pulse of fire and a fearless heart. Supermax flying, no destination, no fear, a legend in motion, the frontier is near. Freedom fighters rise, the battle is nigh. For the citizens, for prosperity, we fight or we die. Stars don't wait, the void calls out, a pilot's fate, forged in shouts, no rules, no kings, just open skies. A drifter's soul never dies. Supermax flying, no destination, no fear, a legend in motion, the frontier is near. Mining deep, hauling wide, one ship, one crew, side by side. So raise your glass to the stars tonight, for the wanderers who chase the light. In the name of freedom, hear our cries. Supermax legend will never die. Out in the black where the stars shine bright, SuperMac takes flight in the endless night. With news and guides he lights the way for all the pilots lost in the fray. Jump into quantum engines ignite, fly through the verse, chasing the light. Tuning in, gotta catch the stream, living the dream in a space fuel team. SuperMac soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. Talking ship builds, new updates too. Squadron 42, what's coming through? The hype is real, the verse expands. With SuperMac's voice, we all understand. Through jump points, nebula haze, he's mapping the stars in a cosmic maze. Explorers, traders, fighters unite. In the verse, we take our flight. SuperMac soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. So if you seek the latest lore, or dream of space like never before, join the crew, no need like never before. Join the crew, no need to roam. With SuperMac, you're finally home. Shine bright, SuperMac takes flight in the endless night. With news and guides, he lights the way for all the pilots lost in the fray. Jump into quantum engines, ignite, fly through the verse, chasing the light. Tuning in, gotta catch the stream, living the dream in a space fuel team. SuperMac soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. Talking ship builds new updates to Squadron 42, what's coming through? The hype is real, the verse expands. With SuperMac's voice we all understand. Through jump points, nebula haze, he's mapping the stars in a cosmic maze. Explorers, traders, fighters unite, in the verse we take our flight. SuperMac soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. So if you seek the latest lore or dream of space like never before, join the crew, no need to roam. With SuperMac, you're finally home. SuperMac soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. So if you see the latest lore or dream of space like never before, join the crew, no need to roam. With SuperMac, you're finally home. Come fly with him. Out in the black where the stars shine bright, SuperMac takes flight in the endless night. With news and guides, he lights the way for all the pilots lost in the fray. Jump into quantum engines, ignite, fly through the verse, chasing the light. Tuning in, gotta catch the stream, living the dream in a space fuel team. SuperMac soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. talking ship builds, new updates to Squadron 42. What's coming through? The hype is real, the verse expands. With SuperMac's voice, we all understand.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Tomo, thank you so much for the raid. Exclamation raid. Exclamation DEF. Deacon is making it rain with some gifted subs there. Thank you so much. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, my lord. Right, let me mark them up first. Coffee, thank you so much for the 73 month resub. It's been 73 months. Whoa. We need to see these live. I wish they were live. I wish we could make them go live. Sandman coming in there with a 92 month tier 2 resub. Now that's more like 72 years. I don't know how that equates. Anyway, let us get started. We were planning on jumping in, but lo and behold, flipping server maintenance for no longer than 4 hours, which is good because my stream lasts 4 hours. So hopefully it is not for the entirety of the stream. Jones, thank you so much for the 36 months, 3 whole years. Beers and Paddy. In fact, I've got to get some beers and Paddy out there, and I'm Paddy Bust and all that kind of stuff. Thank you so much, guys. What a welcome. How are we all doing? How's YouTube? How is Twitch? Are we all doing good? Let me start with YouTube and say hello over there. So we have JJ, Griff, Ruski, Scott, Sandman, Alex, Deplorable. No, that's not a song for the CFP. That is a SuperMac song that contains the term CFP. Paul Cotton, Dungeon Master. It's a good job I don't jump ship and go to the Headhunters, because then Solon will have to completely rewrite the tune. Winter, Free Speech, Sozy, Valentin, and Trog. Oh, 7 and welcome. Are we having a good day so far, guys, over on YouTube? And then on Twitch, we have... I can't see any above Jones because of the hype train icon, but Jones, Dendra, Deacon, Sandman, Rhino, Daedalus, Solomon, Mr. Rat, Bluebird, Deacon with all the gift subs, 200 and... what's that now? 220 odd, is it? 229 gift subs in this channel, Deacon. Holy moly, thank you so much. Who else have we got? Right, scrolling down, we have... Tiberist. Good morning. Tomo with the raid, of course. How was your stream, mate? Thank you so much. Zozda, welcome. Spike, welcome. TF, welcome. Shempasta. Rickan. I'll get back to you, Rickan. I still haven't thought about who I am, the years, and so forth. We will figure it out. Mythius. Grizzly. Tiger Bill. Oh, scrolling down. There's a lot of you at the moment. We're almost at the end. Red Barchetta. Surgical Shotty. Everybody needs a surgical shotty. APOC. Greatest Python. I nearly got there. Zim. Skipper. Tobe. MTT07. The camping was great. Thank you. In fact, you can check it out. You can watch the full video of the trip over at Wild Camping Adventures. Exclamation Camping, I think, to bring up that channel if you wanted to watch. Who else have we got? JD Luke, Mike, Tengu07, everybody. How are we doing? How's it going, Tengu? Are you well, my friend? So, oh, sorry, Winter. Salutations. Did I say hello, mate, or something? Ro, how you doing? Thank you for the 53-month Resup. Beers and party, please. There we go. War Deer, how you doing? I plan to do some crew things, but I don't think the game is going to let me. Citizen John, how you doing? Ro, welcome, by the way. Yeah, so, Raz, good afternoon. Skenter, welcome. 07. It's currently down for maintenance. Typically, server maintenance, it must be a really quiet day for players, because server maintenance has just kicked off 2 o'clock today, which is my start time, and it does say that it will go on for no longer than 4 hours. 4 hours being the full duration of my stream. So the plan was to jump in and fully crew a reclaimer, have some other people doing other things as well towards the CFP, what's it called now? Supply or Die. Technically, we were just going to be roaming around in Stanton, cleaning up the place from all the ships, building up a stockpile of RMC and CMC, and then taking it through and delivering it to the wherever it needs to in Pyro. But there's maintenance. So instead, what we're going to do is just have a look at the roadmap, go through the new additions, see what 1.0 has to offer, and sort of explain a bit more like that. Oh. Yeah, we get to Gab instead. Nutmeg, how you doing? Welcome. Picked up your new Starlancer yesterday. Ooh, very nice. How are you finding it so far? It's a beautiful ship. Maybe everything's super clean. I doubt it. Space Guy 07, Chris, welcome. Hopefully infrastructure updates will at least do something about whatever happened last... What happened last night? You picked up an SRV after completing Supply or Die. Very nice. It's a useful ship. Very useful. Winter Elizabeth Frost. Now that is quite a name. Can we call you Lizzie? Is that all right? I might forget Lizzie, but, you know, I'll try. So yeah, instead of doing the gaming, we are going to be doing some chatting, just chilling out, going through what the roadmap has to do. There are some new additions to the 1.0 stuff as well, which are very important. We're saying that they're not like technically stuff we didn't already know. They're things that were mentioned at CitizenCon, but it's good to reiterate on it. It's good to talk further about that stuff. I have got a video coming out soon. It's a weird video. Very weird video. Yesterday, on Sunday, it's generally a full work day for me. And I didn't really know what to do content-wise, because there hasn't been a majorly amount of updates that I haven't covered already. But I wanted to play. So what I did was just kind of do what I enjoy doing when I solo, which isn't off-grid stuff. I do enjoy off-gridding, but what I did instead was kit out my hangar, which might be a waste of time because they often get reset. But kit out my hangar with a place for my crew to sit and chill out, a box where they can go and get weapons and equipment when they need them, and a little desk area where we could do some briefings, along with all these different, ships. And then I went off and did a bit of salvaging, looting some components and missiles and torpedoes and things that I might be able to sell. And it's kind of just talking about what I like to do when I solo. Most of it, funnily enough, though, was to get equipped for multi-crew gameplay, but it's still what I like to do. One of my favourite things to do, aside from the off-grid stuff. So that's coming out soon, maybe in about 30 minutes. Have to come running with it. Oh, you're talking to Winter, talking to Lizzie. Flower, how you doing? I am really hoping they make commodity buying way less enticing, since copper corundum should be about 43,000 on SEU. The thing is, a lot of these, people are making stupid amounts of money doing this Supply or Die. They've obviously overcompensated for the sake of just trying to get people to do it and whatnot. I don't like how things are just too easily attainable. There needs to be a grind. The grind needs to be fun, but it doesn't need to be super easy. And I know a lot of people like to make a ton of cash, but it just feels a bit too easy. Being able to just, I know there's a bit of danger involved, but still. Oh boy. Starbreaker typically flies solo. Oh, you're Starbreaker, I see. But yeah, we'll be doing some stuff. I know you through your channel for a few years. How can you be so positive about this game? The reason why I'm so positive is because they are continuing to build it. And as much as the alpha is, on many occasions, especially this last 2 years with the core tech going in, very difficult to play. As I've said in the past, I'm not here for the alpha. I'm here for the finished product, right? And as long as they are making progress, steady progress, and we're keeping up to date with it all, then I'm happy. Whether or not the game is playable or not playable, you know, the alpha is playable or not, is not irrelevant to me, but less of a priority, because I do enjoy playing it. But I think a lot of people look at the alpha and assume that, you know, this is what Star Citizen is. This is the window of what Star Citizen is like, how it is, what state it's in, without, you know, like completely disregarding any actual work that's going on in the background. Because a lot of the mindset seems to be see it to believe it, which is a bit backwards, really, because they're building a game where they didn't have to provide an alpha or a test, you know, a play state. And, you know, you could be like, well, until I see anything on GTA 6, I don't believe it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Games being built, they're done in the background for the most part. So yeah, I just keep on reading. For me, the interesting thing is hearing about what's coming, about the finished product, and I'll dabble with the alpha now and again, because playing the alpha, as we know, can be difficult and frustrating. But that's not what Star Citizen is. That's just a snapshot into what is available at this time. Phil, how you doing? You're good, Digital Tengu. You've been running Copper and Corundrum from Magnus Gateway to Pyro all weekend. I bet you've made quite a bit as well. John, good afternoon. Question, Phil. Do you know if CIG are looking at working on the bouncy ground vehicles? Your Ursa? I don't know if they're doing anything at this time in regards to ground physics for the vehicles, but they have said in the past that they do want to properly address it. And make it so that they're not stupid, or like they want the physics to be right. But I guess I don't think it's a priority right now. Ramoyne, how you doing? Hawk 07, welcome. Little Littered Panda, how you doing? You agree the current event is just to get people to interact with the content and encourage pirating gameplay. I'd expect the rewards will be a lot less. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. 1.0 onwards, it's definitely going to be a much more reduced payout. It's going to be more in line with what you would expect to earn doing whatever, plus everything that comes along with that as well. Victoria, thank you for the 35-month resub, courtesy of Deacon as well. Thank you so much, my friends. Ninja, I'm doing fantastic. How are you? Tomato King, welcome. Ryan don't like money. We mined most of our Corundrum and Copper to turn it into 14 small missions. We then bought both to turn into a large amount. Very nice. Mighty Steed, how you doing? Vigorous welcome. Winge Citizen has been going strong in global chat recently. Why are those people still there? I know, it blows my mind. I still see comments of, this game is a scam. It's like, why are you here? Like, literally, it doesn't make me go, oh, yes, you're right. Oh, my God, I feel terrible. I just think, I feel so sorry for the people who, day after day, watch, comment, play a game that they absolutely hate. I've never understood that. You are wasting your time. And a lot of other people's. Not that it bothers me, because thankfully I don't hear from you. But, my God, people really like to do themselves harm. Azrin, how you doing? Welcome. 07. Finished your cockpit setup yesterday with a couple of 3D printed under desk holders. Oh, you'll have to drop that in Discord type, Beerus. I'd love to see it, mate. You would love to be able to buy a persistent hanger in game because now the large ones are locked behind a pledge store. So yeah, one of the cards on 1.0 is hanger upgrade, and that will be part of that. Mithras, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you for continuing your sub. Or is this the final month? Courtesy of Deacon. Thank you again, Deacon. Thank you, Mithras. How you doing? You're soloing a mole, are you? Mining tin and ice, and I'm almost done. The grind was fun. Info, Ignis and Adair for tin. Oh, okay. And Rabjack for ice. It took you about 20 hours for 63 million. Very nice. Oh, that's good stuff. The high mini reward isn't high. It's only high if you take the easy road and buying everything to complete the missions. If you salvage or mine... No, that's true. Yeah, it can take a lot longer, can't it? Gideon, how you doing? I'm not, mate. No, nothing's wrong. Just the servers are down. Yeah, they're not down accidentally. They're server maintenance. Unfortunately. Uber Smith, how you doing? Just been mining the resources because I can't be bothered to stand in lines. Even at this rate, I'll have plenty of Alpha UEC by the end of the event. I wonder if future events will have some sort of money sink. I think that's the big thing we're missing, isn't it? Is the money sink. And again, 1.0, this whole, not necessarily for the release of 1.0, but obviously before that, there will be things to invest our money in. A lot of that will just be upgrading our ships with components to new ships as well. Buying apartments, homes, hangars, upgrading our hangars, equipment, items that are needed for certain jobs and so forth. Not to mention just random intrinsic items that you want to collect. They'll be worth stuff. Yeah, so there's plenty of scope for money sinks, but we just don't really have it right now. So money just tends to accumulate unless you're buying ships, I suppose. Rulin, how you doing? Welcome. Absolutely. It's a pleasure to see you again, mate. Johnny, it blows my mind that people play a game they clearly aren't enjoying. Yeah, and that's the thing. It just, like, I've gotten way past the point of being affected by people complaining about Star Citizen because I realise that the majority of people complaining and playing are stupid. Like, why would you do that? Why would you... I don't do stuff I don't enjoy. Like, why would anybody do that? Right? Makes no sense. Are the AU servers still up? They'll probably be going down, though. Yeah, it's good that they are doing server maintenance. It definitely helps. It's quite often, though. I don't know if I would want it this often, but I guess if they find a reason or a need to do so, then it's better to do it than not do it if it's necessary. Varisk, thank you for the follow. Welcome. You're very tempted to run a Mantis with some others between Magnus and Pyro gateways. Hey, that's the way to do it. You got to look at those trade lanes and pick them off. Hate takes less effort to facilitate and demands less of someone as opposed to finding the good in something. Yeah, and I think we're just so... It's just kind of the way to go for people, isn't it? Like you say, it's easy. Lucas, how you doing? That is my org, my friend. You have a strong suspicion that we'll discover where CFP and Hammerheads, Headhunters, are getting the funds to hire players in future events. Yeah, there's definitely some sketchy stuff going on, which is interesting. I thought I had a clever idea for a double payout with supply or die. Take salvage missions, get paid, store the RMC and construction materials to deliver to supply or die, get paid, but all the RMC and CMAT gets cleaned up by the server. Okay, well, at least you figured it out. Oh, God. The dinosaur is back. She's dressing as a dinosaur today. No, tattoos aren't in for players. They're, certain gang members have them. But it is obviously wanted for players. But yeah, not at the moment, unfortunately. That will be nice. You are interested in where this is going, not where it is. I can step away from my frustration. They can't walk away from their anger. It's the same level of hate for Microsoft Flight Simulator issues. Ah, okay, wow. Thomas, Horizon, Whack Pigeon, whatever. Welcome. Yeah, that's it. It's as simple as that. The alpha is either take it or leave it. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. But I backed the game before there was anything playable, and back then there was a lot of excitement with the game. Obviously, there's a trade-off, isn't there? Because if they didn't have a live environment that we could play, it would have certainly been built quicker, but what would have been lost in that process, and how many of those bugs will have made it present to almost a finished product? Like, I'm happy with the way it's turning out. I've got no qualms with, you know, how it's gone. Hindsight obviously could have saved a lot of headaches and so forth, but that's just life. But I'm enjoying where we're at and where it's going. We are at a very good place right now with static server meshing being implemented. And, you know, 4.0.2 for me last night, I had... The only one issue I had was inventory freezing up. Like, I'd click on a box and nothing, you know, the inventory for that box wouldn't show. And I'd have to wait like 20 minutes. Not 20 minutes. I think I gave it about 7 minutes, and then it showed again, and then it disappeared again. And by that time, I'd had enough anyway, so I logged out. Elevators were working fine. There was occasionally the elevator doors would open. There would be no interior. Those of you stepping into it, don't. Wait until the interior appears. If it's not there and the door's closed, just press the doors again, and then the interior will be there. Don't just go walking into the abyss. And, yeah, so far, 4.02 feels very solid. And if they are continuing on this trend of fixing all this stuff, then we should see what we have now in a much... Hang on, let's move past that one. In a much, much more playable state, which is essentially what people complain about, is the playability, stability. So hopefully that can get done... early this year. Like, already 4.02 feels much better than previous builds. And then it's just onwards from there. Question, Horizon. I thought they fixed level of details in 4.02 on planets, but when I jump from quantum, it still pops the textures. Well, the level of detail stuff, I don't know if they've done much more beyond, you know, what they can right now, but with Planet Tech version 5, which we saw at CitizenCon, that will certainly improve. I don't know if there are certain planets that have improved LODs versus others, but yeah, it's until we get Planet Tech version 5, that's still going to be quite noticeable. How you doing? Having a wonderful day, my friend. How are you? Are you having a wonderful day? Oh yes, sorry, no, we do. You're right, we have face and neck tattoos. Good point, I did forget about that. Yeah, we don't have full body or arm or anything, but we do have face and you can create, you know, the age. And they are, well, I don't know exactly what it means, but they are melatonin or whatever it's called, melanin decals that make it look like they're part of the skin properly. Yeah, it's a Simosaurus. She has a little dinosaur outfit. Oh, the old hanger module. When I would just sit in my Aurora and have my dinner. I used to love that. While it's not a total fix, I'm glad to see 4.02 with some improvement on previous patches. By the second day, we were airlifting people. Yes, and it's funny, isn't it? You kind of like all these ways of creating gameplay out of the bugs. It's quite fun. But yeah, the servers obviously now last a lot longer. It is funny though how immediately when one thing gets fixed, people just move on to the next problem and just complain about that. Without even caring that, you know, the elevators are working or the server doesn't degrade super quick. I get it, but yeah, it just goes to show the mindset of the majority of people. But no, 4.02 feels great. It's so far doing really well. Gilanth, how you doing? Welcome. Sure thing, Skenter. Thank you, my friend. Have a good day. Maybe about custom hangers this year. It's hard to say what we will and won't hear about this year due to their redirection, you know, of playability, stability. They're obviously still going to be working on a lot of things in the background, but focus is more going to be on making the game playable with bits of, you know, content or features coming out as well. Hopefully we can see things like custom hangers. I don't think so. I think we're more likely going to see building interiors more than custom hangers, but it would be cool if we could. That would be nice. Yeah, or instance tabs. I guess right now, priority is optimizing and improving the instancing tech, right? They rolled that out for the first time with hangars, and it has seen no end of problems. But it's getting there. And yeah, hopefully once they've figured out those issues, then they can start rolling that tech into other things like player hubs and homes. And the missions that go underground and things. These people calling it a scam, and they are still playing it, go figure, are surely missing that compared to what they picked the game up. In my case, 315, the game they have now is far superior. Yeah, I think a lot of people just do it because they want to shit talk it. That's, I think a lot of people just want to put shade on Star Citizen. So irrelevant of what's good, they just focus on the bad, purposefully, just kind of shade them. People waste their own time. They're martyrs. For me, there's no planet popping. Yeah, I've not really noticed it. I'm sure there is still some, absolutely, but yeah, they did show at CitizenCon that Planet Tech version 5 does improve that a lot. It improves the textures, makes them less pattern-like, amongst many other things. And, Planet Tech version 5 is something that we will slowly see roll out as well, incrementally. I don't know in what order. I don't know if, are we going to see swamps? I think it's just going to be improving, firstly, what we have with more denser forests, scattering of assets, hopefully weather as well. But again, I really don't know what we're going to see roll out in what order. So we'll see. Lance, how you doing? Welcome. Does anyone have any experience with modding joysticks? What I'm looking for is a bit of feedback on the VKB Omni throttle, like a bit of a physical tick when it moves a degree or a tick, like an actual notch. You can swap out the cams and get different springs, which gives it, like mine is actually quite stiff on my throttle, so I have to push it quite hard, and it increases the more I go up. Whereas my joystick is a lot lighter because I've got the different cams on them. Yes, misery loves company, unfortunately. Absolutely right. Sun's out, butts out. How you doing? Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Gonji, thank you for the 14-month Tier 2 resub. Beers and party, please. Bless you, sir. How you doing? An Alaskan 07. Good afternoon. Your fever just broke. You had a fever. So I'm on the ascent. Keen to see you and the guys attack some elevators in the new build. I am, but I don't know if we're going to be able to do it today. The server maintenance. As soon as you know, guys, as soon as you hear that the server maintenance is over, let me know. And if there's time, we'll jump in. Oh, it's typical. I was so excited as well to get that. It's the first time. So I've wanted a reclaimer for so long. Never owned one. I've been in them, I've worked on them, but I've never owned one or properly flown one for any duration of time. And of course never had one in my fleet. Then I upgraded something, and I can't remember what it was, to a reclaimer. And I haven't used it yet. So I'm really excited to take that out for the first time ever. With a great deal more to it. Okay, in many respects, much of the functionality, etc., hasn't changed in donkey's years. And most things are still tier 0, if not tier 1. But on the whole, the game is different. Yeah, and now that they've got the core tech there, I'm hoping it will, everything will just elevate more. And all the things that are tier 0 or tier 1 or very substandard in comparison to some of the newer stuff can just be pushed up as well, just so that everything kind of makes sense. Yo, Brett, how you doing? My neck is aching. Don't know what I've done. It feels like it's just going to go. You were in the middle of space, your ship broke down, and I died and lost everything right when the servers reset. Oh, did you not know the servers were having some maintenance? That sucks, mate. Question, Azrin. Can I use hauling missions tin to complete priority missions? No, because I think they're... I don't think so, because they're contracted. So they have a specific place to go. But I don't know if they'll accept them. I wouldn't think so. I think they will have been flagged as, not contracted tin, I suppose. But I don't know. Has anyone tried that? Matthias, welcome. Yeah, the planet popping used to be quite significant, didn't it? And then it has been reduced over the years. But, yeah, even more so soon, hopefully. Speak, are you referring to the tin mission things? It's not going to work. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yo, William. Everett, welcome, guys. Denser forests, swamps, and pythons grabbing players by their tails. Yeah, one day. Cognitive 07. Month and a half before I'm free from employment to get my soul back. How should I go out? Oh, man. That's a good question. How should Cognitive go out after... You've got to swear at your boss. I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't burn bridges, just in case. Yeah, it is good to see routine server maintenance. Or, regular server maintenance. But it's a shame it's always on a flipping Monday. Cameron, welcome. Tuning in for the first time while patiently waiting for the server maintenance. Me too, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Good to have you here. So, did we lose all components or just salvaged ones this time? With what? Do you mean with going into 402? I think we've lost just salvaged ones, but one very important piece of information, which I was very happy to hear, is that they are adding salvaged items, weapons, components, I would think as well, and the executive cards to long-term persistence. So it says CZ cards, which are those, executive hangar contested zone cards, will be lost when transitioning from 401 to 402, but we've ensured that these items will persist moving forwards. This means that cards obtained in 402 will remain in persistence as future updates are released. For the ship parts, looted weapons, salvaged looted ships, same thing than the CZ cards. They will be lost too for the 401 to 402 when we move to 402, but all these items in 402 will have been flagged to persist going forwards. Now, whether that actually happens is yet to be seen, but this means, this is one of the things that I mentioned in my video that's coming out any minute now, really, is we should be good to gather all this stuff up and keep it in our hangars from patch to patch without it being removed. I really, really hope that's the case. Crisp, how you doing? Colo, welcome. Revoxer, welcome. 07, Asimlock, Ace, welcome. The box unloading has made the Reclaimer... Well, we're going to be taking an Atlas. I have an Atlas, which should help big time. Yeah, it should have been our Virgin flight today. Happy to add to the crew. Thank you, mighty. Yeah, I'll need 4 people. I don't know if it's going to happen today, but I'll need 4 people. Or 3 people, because me, Deacon, I'll be the pilot until we go through a jump point, then Deacon will be. I need 3 other people. 1 needs to be a box loader using the Atlas or unloader. And then 2 others for beam operators and turret gunners. The plan is, if we get into bother, jump on a turret. If we're fine and we're salvaging, jump on the mining laser, salvaging laser. One thing that I hope they do with hauling missions is to allow pirates to launder them to make the boxes non-contract. I mean, you can still do that now. If you take a contracted box to somewhere like Grim Hex, you can sell it. Obviously, you get far less for it, but you can sell contracted boxes. I think you get like 75% less. Royal, how you doing? Wouldn't it make sense to release engineering with Maelstrom? No. Not necessarily. So Maelstrom is obviously the physical damage of everything, or whatever they apply it to. Whereas engineering is components, the resource network, how components talk to one another, and so forth. Now, ideally, yes, it would be cool to have both, but I think it's not going to be ready in time, but also it would be a bigger mind F to figure out. I think get the resource network working properly first, so that the components are communicating properly. It is affecting things systemically, as it should. Ideally, with penetration and so forth, and that kind of damage to components, it would make sense. But they did say they're going to fake that for now while they dial in the numbers. And then when Maelstrom comes along, it'll just be systemic. It'll be more real, right? I think, yes, ideally it would be good to have all of it in one go, but you've got 2 very major systems, because Maelstrom is not just about ships, it's about everything else that incorporates physical damage as well. So that's its own beast, mostly impactful for ships more than anything else at this time. But yeah, I think it's just good to do it separately. just to kind of focus on one, then focus on the next one. Another 20 NDBs. No way. I hope that's the case with instanced hangers. I only decorate mine. Yeah, I don't mind decorating it every so often, just because I enjoy it and my preferences change and whatnot. But ultimately, I don't want to do it every month now with a patch each time. So I'm hoping that with the hangers, things persist and stay there. But I don't know if they will. It's been real. It's been nice. Has it? Yeah, but it hasn't been real nice. Yeah, that's what you should say. Seduce the boss's daughter. Hey, as a father of a daughter, absolutely not. Jim, how you doing? Can you do character facial scans with a webcam? Apparently not. No, I think they took that out. It seemed after my video went up, they took that down. I feel like that highlighted that this feature that is intended was not supposed to be ready yet. And they were like, oh, let's remove that until it's ready. So no, not at the moment. PC 101, the Atlas isn't a death trap. Welcome, by the way. It works fine for me. Big Welsh Matt Charles, Solin, how you doing, guys? 07, welcome. Space Captain, 07. No, server maintenance, Charles. Scheduled server maintenance, I'm afraid. FVMM, thank you for the follow 8 minutes ago. Rising Mercury, thank you for the follow just this minute. Welcome. Yeah, engineering first, then Maelstrom. As much as I hate that they'll have to rebalance. Yeah, that's the biggest downside, is that they'll do so much balancing for engineering, then they'll do it again for Maelstrom. But at the end of the day, they're going to be doing a lot of balancing over this year and into next, and, you know, for the foreseeable, even post 1.0, but obviously a lot less dramatic. But I think it just makes sense to do them separately because they are such big systems on their own. We don't talk about the NDPs that you've lost and the missiles. Oh no, yeah. Oh, those torpedoes. The Atlas has been pretty glitchy this batch. I've been using it. I used it all last night, and it was absolutely fine. I had no problems with it at all. What's it doing? Ralphin, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, unfortunately, ammo and med pens, those sort of consumables, they're not going to be applied to long-term persistence by the looks of things. I think it's just looted and salvaged items, which would be good. But the mission does say that they don't care where it comes from. That's true. But the game systems, the computer says no. Yeah, I suppose it could also incorporate wear and tear. That makes sense that the Maelstrom system will incorporate wear and tear and degradation. I never actually thought about that. I just saw them as their own systems. Because then you've got the biome accumulation as well, which ties into it. It's all very much, you know, a plucking from other systems. But it would make sense for Maelstrom to tie in all those other systems as well. But I don't know if it's more just the physical. Personally, I don't think Maelstrom is also includes the wear and tear. I could be wrong. It obviously is part of it, but I think that's more another system that's plugged into Maelstrom. My voice is already going. I can't believe it. Yeah, thank you, Whack. Still going on right now. Good afternoon, Maximus. How you doing? You've been grinding salvage, saving for a bigger ship to use as an all-rounder. I hear good things about the Taurus. Wondering what your thoughts. The Taurus is great. It's a great ship. I think the Star Lancer is a good one. Maybe a bit too big in comparison to the Connie. I think they're just a bit bigger, aren't they? But no, the Connie's a cool one. Thank you, Winter. Thank you, Lizzie. Absolutely. We do need support escorting. Do you think they will end up doing actual face tracking with TOBII? Yeah, I do. I think that's what they were kind of alluding to. Well, not alluding, unintentionally revealing is this idea that you can use TOBII to scan your face. There was as a TOBII partner, they put out a call for people to sign up to a new thing they're working on. But they didn't pick me and they didn't specify what it was. So it could have been something to do with that. They didn't even specify whether it was Star Citizen related or not. So, yeah. It sounds like that's something they're planning to do. Whether they do or not, I don't know, but it does seem that way. 4-man team on a Hornet for security. Don't think anybody would care to mess with us. What's this for, Lizzie? Are we talking about the salvaging thing? This reclaimer thing? Trooper, how you doing? This is, back then it was just the Polaris ad, but this is that, yeah. Did you see anything from... I love this song. I love this song so much. I think this is my favourite version.
Come fly with him. So if you seek the latest...
I love it. Yeah, weather. Weather is something that I hope to see come this year. That would blow my mind. Sure thing, Ramoyne. Have a good one, mate. Thank you for hanging out, sir. SI is more flexible for all... Oh, the Starlancer is more flexible for all-around use than the Taurus, but it's way slower. Is it quite a bit bigger, though, as well? Send a Reclaimer track. That was my theme for today. Oh, man. That's so cool. As if... So I was there trying to get this whole Reclaimer mission going, and you're like, I'll write a song for that. And yeah, lo and behold, server maintenance says no. I like all metal, to be fair, Erms. I am a big metalhead. I used to go and watch all sorts of bands, concerts like Rock Hammering, Download. No, not Download. Sonisphere. I remember seeing Avenged at Sonisphere when they had the original drummer. Can't even think of his name now. Blimey. Such a shame. What else we got? Jacob. Yes, hacking, I think we'll see this year. FPS scanning, that kind of thing would sort of tie in with that. I think we'll see that as well. This is the Squadron 42 live reveal, or gameplay reveal at CitizenCon, Rixler. Have you not seen it, mate? Has he been working on a song for you as well? You've been quite picky. He does make great stuff. Ivenic, welcome. They did something wrong with debris salvage in this patch. Earlier, one large panel was 9 SEU of RMC. Now it's a maximum of 5. Same with middle-sized ones. I wouldn't be surprised if they've just reduced the payouts for it, because they were making a lot of money panel salvaging. So it's probably just to be balanced. I got kicked in the face at an 80s... Was it an 80s tribute? I think it might have been Thunder. I think I went to go see Thunder in Hull. I mean, that says it all, Hull. And I got confused with someone in a mosh pit and kicked out. And then an old bloke came out, and I went to speak to him and say, you know, what was that all about? Why were we getting kicked out? Because he did as well, and he booted me right in the face. I was like, the fuck? Poor gamer. Thank you so much for the raid. Much appreciated. Exclamation DEF. How are you doing today, sir? Thank you so much. Can't get in the game. Server maintenance. It's not happening. Blew my mind when I found out Rock Hammering was actually at the Nürburgring. Yeah, but then they moved it. We went to the Nürburgring for the first one that we went to, which was phenomenal. Yeah, it blew my mind as well, as being a big, like, Gran Turismo racer. It was so cool walking down the track of the Nürburg. But then they moved it to Mendig, because I think the owners didn't like the mess that was made. And then during that one at Mendig, we were supposed to see Aussie. And it got... Well, during the actual event, there were tons of supercell storms. Just, you know, I think 90 people got essentially struck by lightning because it was chucking it down with rain. It was literally a muddy river at the campsite, and I think with it striking the ground and a lot of people being around it, it was just too dangerous. And I remember standing outside waiting for Tenacious D and just looking at I had some Chuck Taylors on, and I was squishing water out of the little holes down the side. There was about 8 of us just huddled with one person's poncho over us while we were waiting for the rain to pass. Thankfully, we got to the front of the Tenacious D gig then. But yeah, we woke up on the Sunday morning, which was the last day. As I say, you're supposed to see Ozzy perform, and just in German, people basically saying, you know, big storm on the way, we need to evacuate. So we were like, okay, where do we go? Because it was 400 quid to get a ferry back to the UK, you know, unbooked. And we ended up, it was cheaper to go through to Rotterdam and have a night out in a bar in Rotterdam. That was cool, though. They did a lockdown and we were just like, yeah, anyway. So yeah, it was, you know, it turned into something else, which was fun. The Rev, that's the one camera. I can't believe I forgot him. Stacker, how you doing? 07, welcome. You had major ATC issues this weekend, got stuck in the Pyro gateway, ended up having to backspace and claim, yeah, it's annoying when that happens. ATC is a part of the whole transit system refactor. So you've got ATC trams, elevators. They are all part of that whole system, which is getting refactored. So hopefully that'll resolve those problems when that comes in. The Taurus also has shielded cargo in the rear for those dodgy maze runs. Oh, you're playing Monster Hunter Wildboard? Nice. I've not played a Monster Hunter. I love the premise of them, but I've never played them. I've been playing a bit of Kingdom Come. I haven't played it recently. I've been just doing other things on the night time. But yeah, I think my brother loves Monster Hunter. He's a big player of that. You can't land at any station of Evenik. Is that due to the ATC problems? Fun fact, sometimes you can hear the new ATC and ASOP voices behind the old ones, really. I just thought, it's in the back of your head. Flood, how you doing? Welcome. You don't want to hear Star Citizen has bad UI after spending a weekend with Monster Hunter. Why is Monster Hunter's UI bad? I haven't seen it, but yeah. There's still a lot of work to be done on Star Citizen's UI, definitely. It is not perfect by any means. I think the problem is they can only do so much, and they have to kind of keep re-updating it based on the requirements, you know? But yeah, it would be nice to get that more finalized. Or just very low volume. Some of the worst UI I've experienced in a game. Menus for menus for menus, blimey. Anyway, let us take a look at the roadmap update. Now, I've put out a video already. No, that's not the right one. Hang on, is my video ready to go live yet? Blimey, what's taking it so long? 26 minutes. All right, it's almost there. So, on Wednesday, we had a roadmap update, which brought with it 4.0.2. And the only new one to that was just the play or die. So that was, you know, pass that on. And then we also had 401, which I'm expecting to see quite a bit more added to that, if I'm honest. Not that I expect to see a lot, because obviously we know they're not doing a lot of features. They're just doing mostly bug fixing and things. But I do feel like these 401, 402, 403, and whatever are the major feature deliverables, like patches. A lot less than what we used to, but still the more bigger features. And then, as we've heard, the 4.1.1 and 0.2 and so forth will be more bug fixing and so forth. You know, as you would expect. The Monster Hunter games are made for consoles. Ah, okay. Oh, that makes sense. Are you able to review Jump Point Mag? I don't know. I'm not going to. For no other reason than I haven't read it yet, and I don't think it's something that a lot of people are too bothered about. I haven't read it yet, though. I do still need to read it. Are you a subscriber, Tiberius? Then have you read it? But I don't know what the policy is on that. There is that part of it, like, you know, you paid to get access to it. Is it fair to then reveal it to everybody? It doesn't bother me. I'm happy to do so. But yeah, I'm not too fussed, to be honest. Pamboss, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Cybin, salutations. How you doing? Stabilization is the word. Stabilization and playability. Want to borrow my 2.5 gig upload? Yes, please. That would be nice. Thank you. You saw the Poets do a video on his copy of Jump Point, and it was printed backwards and upside down. What? Oh, God. It's usually fine for me. I don't know why it's upside down. Oh, dear. So, 4.1. Now, the window for 4.1 says March, quarter 1, quarter 2, which essentially takes it up until June, I think. I think with them planning to have 10-ish patches this year, I think end of March is when they're aiming to get 4.1 out the door. All being well. It can still be delayed and so forth. But yeah, all being well, 4.1 around that time. And it has a few narrative-specific features which they redact because they want us to find out when it's live. So they're not giving that up yet. Mayor, thank you so much for the 13-month resub. Beers and Party and 07, how you doing today? Yeah, can we all borrow that 2.5 gig? Should be long before... Well, I live in a village. It might be a little longer. I think it shows some good topics like ship design and how things go, tech discussions. Yeah, you see, that's the thing. Like, I love that stuff. You love that stuff. But to be honest, a lot of people don't really care for it. So I'm not going to bother talking about it on stream or doing a video because it wouldn't warrant the time going into it, if that makes sense. D-Star, how you doing? But I'm looking forward to hearing more about the Hornet. Does it talk about the Hornet Mark 1 at all? Yeah, I mean, it's not super secret. Absolutely not. Won't be doing supply or die. I'm going to miss out on the content, and that reward, according to CIG, will only come once. Yeah, I don't know if I'll get it all complete. I'm not fussed. And at the end of the day, as much as it's one-off event for that content, there's potentially other ways to get that stuff. Like we've seen in the past with, this is a one-off thing to get these masks, and now you can do it again. There might be ways to craft them and buy them, loot them. So we'll see. I mean, ship skins, whatever. I don't know how that's going to work. But, items. The minute anyone gets, let's say, a rewarded box that they got for this supply or die, they take that, put that into their ship, they fly around, they get destroyed, the box goes into the world and can be looted. So it may be a single event like this that can earn that particular box, but there will be other ways to get them and so on. Tell Summer to paddle harder on the generator. Oh, if only we could put her to work. That would be good. So, for 4.1, we have a redacted mission giver. Now, I'm not sure what their plans are in terms of mission givers. They've kind of gone back and forth where we had mission givers that take, like, physical characters that take a lot of time and effort and work to put together, that then give missions that can be done a few times, but they get bored. You get boring because you've done it so many times. And they're not, like, they're not new. And then they started working on the mission system refactor dynamic missions. That, I think, is where they were like, all right, we need to get scale for missions rather than quality. Like quantity versus quality there. So they started doing this dynamic mission system refactor, which will allow them to scale any type of mission much quicker and broader so that they don't feel too rinse repeat, but they utilize all the locations and allow us to have more content. Now that stuff is, I say done, it still needs a lot of refinement and improvements. It feels like they're going back to actually getting mission givers that are faces behind the contracts, which a lot of people are now complaining about that, I don't want to get a mission from a MobiGlass, I want to see the person. So of course, they do too, but that requires a lot of work from character, from narrative, from everyone. So it is cool that we're going to start seeing mission givers come back in. Again, I would like to see just generic NPCs that are walking around in, let's say, Astor's clearing, just giving out, go and get me 5 Heart of the Wood mushrooms. Yes, they are. It's Stephen. They're down for no longer than 4 hours, apparently. Hopefully a lot less. Server maintenance. So, hopefully we can start to see that come along as well. But there's also the mission giver location where they're found. So there's, a new mission giver location, both redacted for now because I think it's just part of this narrative storyline that they're spinning throughout this year. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Stephen. Shamalan, I am not playing, mate. This is a Squadron 42 gameplay demo. Yeah, they're down for the next, hopefully, less than 4 hours. I was hoping to jump in and do some Reclaimer, but... What do they say? When you make a plan, God laughs in your face or something. Christ Roberts laughs in your face. Simply masterful. How you doing? Cargo hauling is how I got it done yesterday. Admittedly, it was a bit of work, though. Yeah, well, I like the fact that you can do it by salvaging, mining, and so on. Are they actually shareable missions, do we know? Or are they single-person missions that can only be done one at a time? Bogdan, how you doing? Welcome. Winter07. There are plenty of Polaris owners here. Can you bedlog? If not, report it to the Issue Council. I don't know if you can, actually. Supply or die is, from what I have done, more focused on mining because of limited supply. Well, salvaging or mining, you can still go out and salvage as much as you want and drop that off. That's another part of it all. Thank you, Total Shit Show. Hopefully, when the time comes, we can actually jump in and do it, you know? Oh, you can share them. That's good then. So my plan today, if we ever get in, and there's enough time to do this, is I'll take a small crew on my Reclaimer. We will have probably a Polaris supporting us as well, who will need a crew. APOC, I think. But also, I'll be salvaging in Stanton, so it'll be relatively safe, just trying to load up with the boxes that we need to go through to Pyro to then drop it off and get paid and get the rep. If you are a miner and you have a mole or a prospector or whatever, by all means, go out and do some mining and gather those boxes, and then we'll all take the missions on and share it between us all, and then we can bring those boxes on board, say the Reclaimer or the Polaris, and take those through and complete the missions, and then each of us get that reputation and earnings, which we're trying to do it all as a group. So we'll probably take less earnings together because there's a lot of us splitting the cash, but if we can take multiple missions on, all of us get that reputation. That would be good if that's possible. You saw a video hoping that the supply missions stay as a sort of advanced hauling mission. Then this would make it worth trading some of the lesser materials. Yeah, something that I think we've been wanting for a long time is a reason to mine other things or to haul certain things versus others, because it's always been, you know, you're hauling this or you're mining these particular 5 minerals. I know as part of the dynamic mission system, they want to have mining missions where, you know, people request certain things to be mined, as you can imagine. But yeah, it would be cool to have this kind of continuation of these factions needing supplies. When we get the full quantum economy, or whatever it's called, what's it called now? I can't remember. Star something. Once we get that, then this sort of stuff will be continued. There will be constant need for every single thing because crafting and so forth will be demanding it all. The factories will be demanding it all. You know, people claim a ship on insurance. That ship needs to be built, essentially, in the background, based on the economy and all the materials that go into it. So that's when we'll see that flourish. Star Sim, thank you, Coffee. So, yeah. Whether they can keep this going for now or they'll just use this and build upon it is yet to be seen. Falnir, welcome. Yeah, the Valakar. So, redacted sandbox activity is another one. A new open-ended activity blending on-foot exploration with aerial support, creating sandbox gameplay opportunities for daring teams. As you say there, Valakar, I believe this is the Sandworm Monster Hunter missions, which I am very much looking forward to, and we'll do as a group. Not just possible, intended. That's how CIG wants us to do the supply or die. Yeah, absolutely. That's good then. In that case, we'll do that. We'll do it as a group. And we'll all earn that reputation. Wonderful stuff. Yeah, so a lot of the, as Simply Mindful, Masterful says there, a lot of the mining missions, you just have to take the commodities to the... Oh, is it Stanton side? Oh, I thought it was Pyro side. That's even easier. the drop-off point for a lot of the mineable stuff is the Pyro Gateway, but on the Stanton side. So you don't even need to go through the Pyro, which is great for miners. But, like I say, there is potentially going to be threats out there waiting for you, so we could at least all group together and build up however much you need. Like, while we're salvaging, we could have a few miners out there building up the tin and corundum, and then bring it to the Polaris, load the Polaris, take that through, sell it all. Or whatever it all. Bracer, how you doing? Welcome. Starbucks. You started mining corundum last night. It splits from other elements very well, so it is easy to get a good percentage. That's cool. If you are new to Star Citizen, do try some mining. It's quite a well fleshed out thing. Richard Ayuadi, I need Richard to pop by with his camping gadgets like the inflatable movie screen and portable projector as he created that stuff. Nice. Star Cash rules everything around me. I mean, that's pretty much what they should have called it. Azrin, welcome. Too bad freight elevators are broke. Oh, they weren't broke for me. Which ones are you talking about there? For me, they've been working all right, but I haven't done too many. So yeah, hopefully we can keep away from those broken ones. So Corundum Copper Drop-Off is Pyro Gate, Stanton side. Ice and Tin, or the CM RMCR Random 2 Obituary, Checkmate, Ruin, and Stanton Pyro Gate side. Okay, thank you, APOC. Interitus, Jake, 7 guys. That's a good point. Oh, sorry, no. So Ice and Tin, as APOC says, is Pyro only. But Copper and Corundum are Stanton. I get it. Zozda, welcome. You're getting a lot of Copper and Corundum from bounties. Good alternate to people who like that gameplay. Yeah, absolutely. Skice, how you doing, my friend? Nice to see you. Welcome. Oh, to the outpost lifts are breaking. My annoyed look as the wind while camping. That, when I saw it blowing my stove about, I was a bit concerned. Thankfully, nothing came of it. Canadian Gamer, how you doing? Welcome. Played all weekend. Finally got some tin. Was so hard. So we were planning to do a bit today, but they're doing some server maintenance. I want to do some salvaging. That's the plan. Hopefully we can jump in and do that. But yeah, right now it's maintenance time. Typical. Doesn't this huge influx of money from the missions hurt in-game economy? No, I think they're intending... So, they wouldn't have put the earnings to what it is without the intention of that being part of the economy balance and tests. It might seem a little too high right now. I feel like it's a little too high, but it's supposed to be heavily shared. And they're still testing. You know, they've done a lot of work on the economy. They are trying different payouts. These are supposed to be shared. Technically, we shouldn't be able to solo them as easy, and I think in the future we won't be able to. But yeah, they're still testing the waters. So we'll see prices of things go up and down while they try that. Rising Mercury, how you doing? Good Corundum is in Pyro as well. Okay, so you could get that from either side. Oh, you got some time off work, have you, Skies? Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you, mate. How are you doing? You still playing? Amazing guitarist, this guy. Love his riffs. Events like this should scale to numbers of ships. Yes, exactly, Griff. Bertie, thank you for the 7-month resub. Beers and party, please. How are you doing today? The problem is there was an oversight with the Magnus Point since it's a whole sea trade location. The commodities refresh way quicker and have a higher stock. That is 100% not intended. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some outliers. As long as this stuff is getting reported, that's good, because then they can adjust as they go. That would be cool, Kyle. Yeah, welcome, mate. Having raw material to get then refined and so forth. And I'm sure in the future certain ones will require refined and so forth. But then also we're going to have different grades of materials, quality, HD, welcome. You have to store your Zeus from the hangar. ASOP, retrieve it, store it, and then retrieve it again to physicalize refined goods. that I've moved to my ship. I don't understand what's happened there. So if you move refined goods to your ship and it does not show up, it does not mean it is not there. Oh, I see. So they're not actually updating once you've done that. You was hoping that the rehauling missions would allow for resupply of those stations where people were buying. Yeah, I think so. I'm assuming that's going to be part of StarSim. A lot of what they do with these events, which some of you might not be aware, is they are testing that StarSim, that quantum economy in the background. They're doing it to test a lot of the functionality there. So I think as time goes on and we get more of this year, we will probably see a lot more of the StarSim work be tested and balanced. And I don't know about it rolling out in its entirety. But yeah, the idea being is that these commodities are tracked and technically physical. That if somewhere is using them, that creates a demand and needs to be resupplied. This is, when they put out these events, as much as a lot of people complain, it shouldn't be putting these events out if the game don't work. But the point is, they're not just putting it out to entertain us. They're testing things, testing best practices, testing back-end systems and all sorts. Shield, great weekend, thank you, mate. How was yours? Some recording artists work for sure, unless you mean still playing games. No, I mean, are you still playing guitar? Yeah, sorry. Mainly playing Tekken and Zelda. Tekken. What a classic. Yeah, it's coming along. This is Squadron, though, mate. This is like a bit of gameplay from the starting bits of Squadron. You're in No Man's Sky while I refuel my Star Citizen enthusiasm. Good way to do it, man. Star Citizen has the biggest potential to become the greatest game of all time. Agreed! Although I'm a few hundred deep, I've already had so much fun and enjoying it out in the alpha. I'm happy. Yeah, me too. And, as much as it's taking a long time, it'll be worth it in the end. This is why we say it's important to take breaks. Don't be those people in Spectrum or in game where you're just whining about it. Like, we know it's broken. We know there's problems. Like, you're not like, telling us anything new. But don't be that person. Take a break. Play something else and come back. We all do it. We all need to do it. Riku, 07, welcome. And Efflux, welcome. They said, so at 2 o'clock they were going to be down for no more than 2 hours. Sorry, 4 hours. They said no more than 4 hours. So yeah, hopefully within the next, hopefully any minute now. But I doubt it. Yeah, we're testers at the end of the day. I don't believe StarSim is implemented, other than... No, I don't. Pretty sure we are still using the... Yes, I agree. Absolutely. Binks, welcome. I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? I wanted to play me some of the game, but it says under maintenance. Yeah. I'm not playing, mate. This is Squadron footage. Mackie, welcome. Apparently the effects on the Squadron video... Yes. If you see all these impacts there, those impacts... That's Maelstrom. That's the physical damage system implemented in Squadron and doing what it's supposed to do. So keep that in mind when you see it. That is realistic braking and physics simulation. It's 8 a.m. What are you talking about? 2 o'clock. Watching the Squadron gameplay trailer is wild. It's what brought me to Star Citizen. Had to see if it was real. I mean, yeah, the fact that we've got this as a single-player campaign coming, and then a universe like this. Of course, there will be certain, aspects of quality, like character quality, reduced for the main PU, but unlike other games, like Elder Scrolls, when you see the single-player Elder Scrolls versus the online version, night and day looking different games. So I'm happy that they're keeping that detail and fidelity. You had a meeting with the boss. How did it go? I do, Riku. Yeah, I've got my own camping channel. Thank you, Sam, man. I'm in the process of working on another camp, which is a wild camp this time, in a wooded area near me that the farmer allows me. I've never met the farmer, but I know the people who work for him. And they've said, just let them know when you want to go up there and you can use the wood, which is really cool. So I've got a tent. Well, I've tried the tent, but I've got a new one coming up that I'm... not new tent, a new video that I'll be heading out sometime end of March, I think. In fact, this week, talking of schedules, not that I was, Monday stream, Wednesday stream, then I don't think there's another stream. I think I was going to stream on Thursday, but I don't know if I am now. I think I'll do video instead. Friday, we're going to Disney on Ice in Liverpool, taking Summer. She's dressing up as Anna from Frozen. She's so cute. She's so cute. So we're going down to watch that. And then it should be back to normal for the rest of time, I hope. Yo, payment. No, mate, this is Squadron 42. Just like a snippet of the introduction to it. 2 a.m. for you, is it, in Melbourne? Oh my God, mate, go to bed. Don't go to bed, stay with us. But my God, go to bed. Why are you up so early? You use Regolith Company on the web to determine the best place for asteroid, including... Oh, I've never heard of Regolith. That's a new one. Bones, how you doing? You're gonna go to Spectrum and become that person. Yeah, hopefully, you know, CIG's new methods of building games will actually improve the entire gaming industry. It should at least push the other lazy developers to do more. Oh, let me know how you get on, Zim. A 5090 and a 9800 X3D. Yeah, and now with server maintenance, you can't even play. That's so typical. Saying that we are tested is a bit conceited, I think. We're lab rats in a maze, but I'm okay with that because it's such a good maze. Yeah, the maze is fun, if not a little glitchy. This game is broken. I quit. Wait, I changed my mind. I love this game. I quit. Why did I come back? I'm back and I'm loving it. The Star Citizen player cycle. Accept it, live it. Yep. When mining bags could be deposited to the refinery directly. I don't know. Now that they have them essentially able to be taken off and put into freight elevators and so forth, if that works, I'm really hoping that we can at least do that. Because, you know, that's where they want to go to, right? They want to do that where you can take them to a refinery and then get them refined and then take... without having to just fly the Prospector every time. No, I flipping don't want to build a snowman. Thank you very much. I do, Skice. There you go, mate. Thank you, Sandman. Yeah, it's my new channel. It's not going to take away from what I do here. This is my full-time job. That is a hobby. Like, that video, I was up till, what must have been 10, 11 o'clock editing it. And then I set it to upload overnight, and it took 6 hours. Completely 4K, 40, nearly 50-minute video. 6 hours to upload. So annoying. Yeah, Eflux. It's kind of... I would rather the maintenance was more properly scheduled and announced. I mean, it was quite well announced this time. I did see a notification about upcoming server maintenance, but never actually read the time because I didn't think it was that far ahead. So, yeah, it is a necessary evil. No. It'll be about 6 o'clock at the latest, Binks, for the maintenance. Oh, yeah. You know, when... The thing is, since people started... In 2012, when they started seeing Star Citizen becoming this huge influx of money, right, back on the Kickstarter days, it was just like, here's 1 million, here's another 1 million, there's another 1 million. And it was just continuous up until about 65 million when they stopped the stretch goals, and then it just kept going. Back then... you know, we started to see a lot more media on sci-fi again. It was like a new resurgence, which I believe is... You go to bed and watch it in bed. is due to Star Citizen, if you know, based on the timing and everything. So, yeah, a lot of games, you know, then No Man's Sky started coming along, Elite Dangerous, the next one started coming along. It's interesting. Thank you, Skice. Appreciate that, mate. Ruin, how you doing? I hope the next patch focuses on the hangar flow and freight elevators. Yeah, like the 402 was very much elevators, just, you know, problems. Transit elevators and trams. There's probably still a bit they want to do, but I don't think there's much they can do until the transit system refactor is in, which is in the works. But yeah, things like hangar flow, instancing, that kind of stuff is I think what they specified as being their kind of next important one. Oh, do they still attach under the floor? That's so annoying. Yeah, all FPS are Doom clones. That's true. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all copying everything that's been in the past. What's the YouTube channel where they do dev updates? That's the... thank you, Sandman. There you go, mate. This is why I hope other dev companies see that money and consider following this method. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking of physics, that's how I fly as well as I do. People can't stop using their thrusters while flying. Get good at flying backwards before challenging me. Also, meeting went well. Well, we'll see how it goes with the changes to the flight model. There may be some more learning to be done. Look at all this damage, look. Physical damage. Yeah, there might be some relearning to be done. Moto camping. What, like motorbike camping? I was talking to Miserable about that. He wants to get a bike, and I want to get a bike. I mean, I need to learn how to drive first, but I would love to get a motorbike and do some bike camping. That would be cool. Fever has had me in and out of consciousness. Oh, so it's because of the cold that the fever you've had. You've been up and down, mate. Yeah, we will provide you moral support. So you just recover, my friend. Hopefully they are preparing us for base building. In what way? I was unable to sell from the freight terminal directly to the commodities terminal at Ruin. I had to sell from a ship. How strange. Yeah, technically, we're not supposed to be selling from our ship. We're supposed to be selling it via the freight elevator. So that's strange. Yeah, like an online while you're playing a broadcasting game that says server maintenance will take place in whatever. I mean, it might be quite immersion breaking, but yeah, even a pop-up would be kind of useful. Punch your thrusters in a direction, cut it, flip and burn, take out your target, pick a new direction, punch your thrusters. That sounds pretty cool. The first time you take off coupled mode, turn off coupled mode in combat to do a turn, you feel like a wizard. Yeah, I need to learn that a bit more. I'm waiting until, as I've said in the past, just waiting for the flight model to get more refined before I start really going to town with it. But I do plan on having regular training and having regular sessions with others as well. Jinzu, how you doing? Have you noticed how bad the grass and forests also... Yes, so... Planet Tech version 5 is something that they are working on now to improve all the textures, the visuals, the density, and everything planet side. And the pattern, you know, getting away from that continuous pattern of like where the visuals just disappear. A lot of that could be LOD issues, but yeah, check out the CitizenCon panel where they spoke about Genesis, which is their Planet Tech version 5 coming along. That will really improve the different types of grass and so forth. Not to mention seasons and realistic plants that grow in places that you would expect to based on the weather and conditions of that biome. If you would try to predict how many years would you think they need for 1.0, I personally would say up to 5. I think between now and then we'll be playing a lot of what 1.0 is, and we should be playing well, firstly, before we see 1.0 release, we'll be playing a version of it for a long duration before it does, because they'll need to then bug fix and optimize, right? They need to get it ready for prime time. Between now and then, we should see the game get to the point where it's playable and stable without it feeling like such a buggy mess. And then on top of that, we will see all of this content that we're going to get to actually in this stream start to roll out as well. So, yeah, I think up to about 5 years. It could take longer. Hopefully it doesn't need to, but I think it's likelihood. Oh, Cameron, I want to get a Triumph Bonneville bobber that I've custom built with panniers and just tour Scotland like the NC500. That would be amazing. Yeah, I think Star Citizen will do well with sim races. I think when they get things finalized with the physics, the ground vehicle physics, flight model, sim races are going to love it because it is essentially sim, especially like atmospheric flight and wheeled vehicles and so forth. Yeah, I agree, Jinzu. It used to look a lot better, but then I think what's happening is as they are using, all I can think is it's the Rastar tech, which is the tool that they use to place things. If you notice, like when I go back and forth to Astor's clearing from patch to patch, things are different. Like the forests are moved. I feel like it's bugging out, and the visuals of the planet terrain is breaking in certain areas. Where it looks worse. Because, when it first came out, it looked really nice. So I guess it's to do with maybe part of their planet tech that they have now, maybe partly Rastar, and hopefully with Genesis and Planet Tech version 5, they can rectify all that and actually keep it consistent, because I agree, it looks a bit naff. They'd much rather argue about tyre models for the next 5 years than have fun. What sim races? Orionics, welcome. Yeah, sorry, mate. Monday. I mean, I don't know if is it always Monday so far? It's always when I'm going live, which is a shame. But they've got to do it at some point. And a Monday morning or a Monday afternoon, I guess it's as good as any. At the end of the day, there's everyone around the world is playing it. There's going to be some disruption at some point for someone. Boom, boom. You had fever from a flight back from LA. When was that? Whereabouts in LA did you go? We're going to Portofino, I think, at the end of this year. That would be nice. Never been there before. Academy, how you doing? Welcome. There are Britain's remote. Yes, I noticed that video, Solin. Thank you for the link there, mate. So I didn't actually respond to that, did I? I think I've seen that video, but that looks like a fun one. I like the look of that trip. This remote pub. This little town that cannot be accessed via any road. You have to either... Is it take a boat? Or hike over mountains? Loch Marie? Oh, I've camped at Loch Marie. Is that where you are, Skice? Yeah, my cousins and I, and my uncle actually, who's a big man, he went camping as well, and we took canoes. We took a Canadian canoe and a little motorboat, and my cousin, my youngest cousin, my eldest cousin's brother, he was like, I'm gonna row the Canadian canoe across, and it was quite a windy day. He's like, I'm gonna row the Canadian canoe across. You take the rest of the stuff, and he set off, and he just drifted. All the way down to a place, Mr. Monkey, thank you for the follow, to a place where he just got sort of marooned. And then we just watched him. And then he got up and ran all the way back and shouted that he needs help to bring it back. So, we ended up going across, towing the Canadian canoe with this little motorboat all the way to this remote place. The problem is we looked on, the Google Maps, and you can't see fences. So we were like, oh, that looks like a good place. So we went over to that location, fence stopping us from getting over. But we did find a really nice spot. But unfortunately, my cousin was also poorly that day, so we all had the flu for the whole week. But I did go off. There's a lot of nice little islands on Loch Marie. And my eldest cousin and I, in the Canadian canoe, just went and just hopped from one to the next, checking it out. That was a really nice camp, that was. Mundane morning, yeah. Plus, the race will be drastically different from each race because the planet and atmosphere. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. You went to NAM again. N-A-M-M. What's that? Pretty sure it was the food on the plane. Oh, boy. Here we go. Who did you fly with? This maintenance seems to be to fix some account. Yes, that's true. That's true. I guess a lot of it is just if there is an issue, they need to do maintenance. We don't know when it's coming. Oh, the Anaheim Center. Okay, where Disney is. Yeah, the quantum effects, quantum boost and so forth, that is on the 1.0 thing, but I don't know when it's coming. 30-minute drive back home. When you're back, you'll get there. Hopefully, we can get on then. Safe travels. You did the NC500 a couple of weeks ago, Tengu. Oh, man. Jealous. Yeah, we might be doing that for my 40th, which isn't this year, it's next year, I think. The other day, I found an old video I randomly recorded 6 years ago. Delamar was still in. It's wild how far we've come since then. 2030 feels like a reasonable expectation for 1.0. It does, and at the end of the day, 15, 16 years for what they're trying to pull off is not that extraordinary. It's actually not too bad. So, yeah. If that's what it takes, so be it. But like I say, between now and then, we'll be playing a version that feels so much better than what it is now. So what happened in LA didn't stay in LA. No, he brought it back with him. Taron, how you doing? Yeah, thank you. Great weekend. Video's ready to go live. Right, let me just push this out. Flipping hell, that took a while. And it's in Oh, hang on. Video processing complete. Okay. This is just talking about what I like to do in Star Citizen when I am soloing. Which, funnily enough, is mostly getting set up for multi-crewing. Bear with me. Let me just get this going. And if you hear a Discord notification on my Discord, that is just this video. But yeah, it's also just kind of what I like to do in Star Citizen when I solo. It's kind of my go-to thing. Aside from the off-grid stuff, of course. I still like doing that. Can't spell citizen, which is weird because I've been typing it for years. So there's Twitter, there's Blue Sky, and there is Discord. Boop. Right, where were we? Well, so what else have we got? The redacted armor set, which it says is tailored for brave adventurers facing new dangers. This is all 4.1 stuff. Hopefully this is just building on Starware and, you know, the suits and the armor that makes sense to certain things, you know, to, they have their stats and whatnot. You've taken a rowing boat. Oh, hang on. What did you say before that? Did I miss it? Taking a rowing boat to that tiny island. It's so surreal sometimes. I think I dreamt it up. It was like a dream. Funny enough, on one of the islands, there was like a lean-to. And you know, a little area set up for someone to live. There's the main islands. Then there's also tiny islands, which is just a tree coming out of the water. Oh, that's cool. So you have a home there, do you? You lucky bastard. Yeah, I miss Levski. You're hoping that the suit is for the hot places in Pyro. Does the current hot suit we have not work for that location then? Thank you for the bacon, Tomato King. Does that actually not apply? Oh, you're in Fife now, but you grew up there. Beautiful places, Marie. Love it. I want to go to Lochore. I've said this before. I was doing some research on the MacArthur clan, which is my Scottish heritage kind of name. And it's just, you know, we had a little castle given to us on Lochore by Robert the Bruce. And I'd love to go and bicycle up there, like bike up there and camp. It's not actually that far past Loch Lomond, which is just as you go into the, you know, the Scottish Highlands, which is nice. Oh, there's a B&B there for you if you need it. I know you probably... Well, yeah, but if Rachel and Summer come, that would be kind of nice. Thank you, Skice. I might hit you up on that, mate. What else we got? So, space combat missions. A new set of space combat missions featuring improved scenario design and refined storytelling scheduled to come for a 4.1.x patch. I'm assuming this sort of stuff is going to be linked in with the dynamic mission system. The mission system refactor, forget about that for now, because that's just making everything up to date with server meshing and all the new tech. The dynamic mission system is what's important for us, player facing, because that's what's going to take a basic mission and add many more facets to it, make it much more interesting to what we're used to, and link it into other aspects of the game as well. So I'm hoping that that's where we'll see this sort of stuff come along. I mean, we see it with hauling missions. It should apply with every other type of mission. But yeah, space combat missions, not something that I'm overly fussed about until we have more of a refined combat, like flight combat stuff. But that's fine. And then also we're going to get the Volt assault rifle, which is the parallax weapon, and the SMG, which is the quartz. So they're rolling out in, I think the parallax is coming with 4.1. The quartz is a 4.1 point patch. And then we've got the Hathor mining station and Hathor ground alignment station. This is kind of confusing. I don't know if this means Theatres of War is on the way, or if they're taking these locations, which are in... Are they in the Nexus system or the Cathcart system? I can't remember. And they're bringing them into Pyro as just additional points of interest, which, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it aligns with lore or not, because they can retcon things, but it either means Theatres of War, or it just means they're using these locations in the game for Pyro, which I believe is the more likeliest. Is it Nexus? Thank you, Interitus. The bed in the lean-tos is owned, though. You can't sleep in it to regen points. No. Yeah, anytime I see bacon, I know who's thrown that bacon. Something I've noticed on the rewatch of this video, there is a fog over everything, so it looks washed out. Hopefully global illumination helps that out. Yeah, there's a lot of graphical, visual things that are to come, aren't they? I don't know how much of that is in this yet, but yeah, like you say, it does look a bit washed. We have hot and cold suits, but they aren't for... Oh, I see. So you want combat-style suits that allow you to go into the heated areas. The difficulty there is that they need to make them trade off enough. Like, environmental suits probably won't be able to protect you against cold or heat as well as, combat suits won't be able to protect you as well as an environmental suit against environmental conditions, but against alpha damage, proper damage. So it's not, I don't know if we're going to see we might see a suit that is combat specific for hot environments, but it won't be as good as a suit that is intended for that heated area, right? Oh, they updated it, did they, Flood? What does it say now, mate? Just briefly. Yeah, adding the assets. I think they're just using the points of interest just to kind of create a new point of interest. You're all waiting for Levski to appear in Pyro. Yeah, not going to happen. I mean, it would be cool, but absolutely not. No, I'm just looking forward to that coming into Nyx and then going and visit it for the first time since it was there. So, Theatres of War was, it was a few years back, where essentially it's like a Combined Arms Arena Commander mode, where you could jump in and you could have... It's kind of like what Battlefield is, where you have people on the ground, people in spaceships, people in vehicles that you can jump in and out of as you want to. And you just go around trying to complete missions. It's kind of like Conquest in Battlefield. And I can't remember why. Like, they originally said, we don't want to wait for this. We want to get it out in the next 6 months. And then, lo and behold, 6 years later or whatever it is, it's not here yet. It was a very exciting premise that just never came to be, but I think they also had Firesprite, a third party, working on it as well. So yeah, hopefully we can see that eventually come along, but I think priority-wise, it's not something that's necessary. They always, over the years, they've jumped back and forth with Arena Commander and the PU as the best test bed for various aspects of Star Citizen, like FPS, flight, EVA and all these different things with the intention of, well, we feel like making it more in a controlled environment will be beneficial because we can test things properly rather than the sporadic kind of gameplay that you would get in the PU. And then they were like, no, the PU offers it more, so we're going back to... They've been like that a lot over the 12 years, jumping back and forth with the benefits of Arena Commander versus the PU. And Theaters was just one of these combined arms versions of that experience, which I think a lot of it is just to test things like Squadrons stuff. But now it seems like the PU is more priority. AC is just a sort of a background thing. Now they've got a separate team, sort of skeleton team working on it. Selig, how you doing? How's it looking? Still waiting for this maintenance to finish, mate, and then I'll jump in, but I don't know if it's going to happen today. How are you doing? Ray K, welcome. Did you see they added weapon and armor insurance? You can now add your gear to the racks on the ship, save it in your ship loadout, then the next time you claim it. I think... Did they keep that, or have they taken that out? I don't actually know how that works. There's been... I can't remember if that was an accidental, unintended thing that's happened that people like, or if it's an intended thing that... I don't know how it works, personally. You can easily fix the washed out look using desktop color settings and NVIDIA control panel reshader. Fair enough. Well, hopefully we won't have to. You know, hopefully CIG will allow us to have the options ourselves and just expose that to us. Yes, of course, Flood. Thank you, mate. The company invested the last of their funds into mining the recently discovered Stanton system in 2853. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, they were forced to cease operations, and the Hathor Group was formally dissolved in 2860 something. Thank you, Flood. So that explains it then. I missed that completely. Welcome, Leon. So these locations are going to be Stanton-based, by the sounds of things, and not actually Pyro. You notice on some of the Phase 2 outposts, as some were located on harsh planets, where the heat gets you and the NPCs... Yeah, that's true. The NPCs had no problem. There's a whole... I think Starware is hopefully going to incorporate that kind of stuff. Because there's also the ability for players to wear NPC outfits, like, you know, clan outfits, like headhunters or whatever, and for a time blend in and pretend to be one of them without being noticed. So, yeah, we'll see if when that comes along, but that might be more of a Starware thing because it involves a few teams, doesn't it? They took it out. It was not insurance. Yeah, I kind of... From what I recall, it wasn't intended and it was accidental, but could kind of... Like, we will have item insurance. We will have cargo insurance, which isn't going to be like filling out paperwork. It's just going to be, do you want to insure this? Yes, pay this much. That wasn't an intended... Oh, it wasn't an intended back then, but now it's intended because it costs money to get the weapons back. Oh, okay. Have you got a link to that? Could you DM me with it, or just drop a link and I'll take a look at it, Raygate, because it'll be interesting to see if they've intentionally brought that in now. 1 Inch Punch. How you doing, 07? Yeah, that was a duplicated exploit. I don't think it was intended, but if it's been re-implemented into 402, whether or not it was intended again, we need to get, before we can say anything is officially intended, we need to get an official statement from CIG based on that very thing. However long it can take to get that, because I wouldn't want to presume that just because something in the game is happening or has started happening again, that it's intended. A lot of things get missed, right? Zone Dad, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, CIG have already mentioned that it was a dupe, so if it's back in 402, the chances are it's unintended again. But it would be good to get a little bit more information on it if that's the case. Sunkshark, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 79-month resub. Beers and party, please. How are you in the family, my friend? All well, I hope. Sentinel, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Groundhook, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, that's what I understand it. Sean, how you doing? Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate you hanging out and lurking. I need a wee, actually, and then I'll grab a beer, and then we'll continue on with this roadmap stuff. Yeah, I personally, Ray, even if another content creator is saying it's happening, wait until CIG address it. The last time they addressed it, it wasn't intended. So I'm more inclined to assume that it's not actually supposed to be happening yet. That's not to say they haven't found a way to make it more proper and actually brought it in, but I wouldn't think so. They will have a proper system that handles insurance, that when you buy things or when you go into your MobiGlass, you'll have the option to tick up for insurance, you know? Yeah, they already have a plan on how you'll get this stuff back. This is not the plan. This is just a kind of accidental thing. Hopefully, they can sort that out quick. Anyway, let me grab a beer and have a wee, and I'll be back soon. Summer's watching some Danny go. He's got some bangers. Love me a bit of Danny go now and again. Matt Shandy, how you doing? Apologies, I couldn't accept your party invite the other day. I was in the middle of recording stuff. Appreciate it though. Very kind of you. I was hoping to, Matt. Yeah, but server maintenance is saying otherwise. You see my friends in the background. Stormwall. You want to see the Stormwall? Summer loves these. And Pico, she comes in, she just grabs them. You need to go, dear Everett. No worries, my friend. Have a good one, sir. Catch you next time. Yeah, Ray, if you can do, mate. But yeah, before I am inclined to accept it as you know, this is what we're intending to do, they need to specify first. And last we heard, it wasn't intended. Oh, bless you, Matt. Had loads spare and staring at the terminal screens waiting to restock. No, fair enough. Yeah, nice one, right? But yeah, if you find it, let me know. Yeah, that's the thing. Until we can get proper confirmation, we'll see. Right, so Star Citizen 1.0 column. Now, the thing about the roadmap with the 1.0 column is there's a lot on it. That's all that's intended to be released in, you know, with the when 1.0 goes live. That doesn't mean they're going to hold off until 1.0 goes live and then release all that. A lot of this stuff is going to move over to other patches. So right now we know of 4.1. There's going to be a 4.2, 4.3, 4.4. There may even be like a 4.16, 20, you know, who knows. However many between 4.0 and 1.0. I don't think they're going to go to the 5-point numbering system. I think they've said so anyway. Which could mean a lot of 4-point patches. Now, all of these features, I think there was like 50 of them that are in the 1.0 column. As and when they're ready, they'll just move over to whatever patch is coming out at that time. It could be like 4.8. Okay, well, Quantum Boost is coming in. Item Misfire and Wear is coming in. So they're just sort of showing all the stuff that they want. Not everything. There will still be other cards, and, you know, priorities will shift and new things will come in. Things may even go. But they're all to be in before 1.0 goes live. Flank Stank, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. So, starting with... Sorry. Control surfaces. Now, it says improving the atmospheric flight dynamics with functional control surfaces, like ailerons, flaps, and whatnot, allowing for more precise maneuvering and realistic aerodynamics. Now, we heard about this recently, that in order for this to come along, there's a lot of other things first. We're not going to see this come and then something else come along. There's a lot of flight updates coming. I can't think of any offhand, actually. Thruster updates, I suppose, would be one. Having them react properly. Maybe engineering is needed before they can do this. I don't know. There's other things as well. I can't think of what it is. But yeah, so really excited for that, for control surfaces, but we're probably a little way off yet. Quantum Boost, as we know, is a short burst travel mode designed for quick repositioning at high speed and high speed engagements between distant points. I think up to 30 kilometers you can quantum boost to get to somewhere quick, and then you can fly. Quantum travel. I don't think it's quantum. I think when quantum travel gets updated, this is just specifying quantum boost. The new updated quantum travel isn't even on this list. It will come before 1.0, but it's just stating quantum boost right now, which I don't know why. Quantum travel will, when you initially jump in quantum, you will need to maintain your vector with your stick. It'll sort of pull you off, and you've got to keep that on point for a short duration, and then it will lock in. At which point, you can then take your hands off the controllers and you'll be fine. Quantum boost, you need, for that full, even if you're doing the full 30k jump, you're going to need to keep your hands on the stick and keep it going in the direction you want it to go. Keep your nose on point, otherwise it'll pull you out, and that might be somewhat damaging. Are you off, Academy? Have a good day, my friend. Thank you for hanging out, sir. So yeah, I don't know when this is coming, but I don't know when any of these are coming, but that is one that, you know, the whole quantum travel is in need of a big update, so I'm looking forward to when that does come in. Now, item misfire and wear, I feel like this is something that will... This is why I feel like Maelstrom and this is separate, because you've got item misfire and wear, Maelstrom as its own separate thing. It's not even on this list, I don't think, is it? But, yeah, so this is basically your items, equipment, getting aged, degraded. If you're in a place where it's dirty, they might, you know, mud might gather on them, sand might gather on them, they'll need to be maintained, requiring regular maintenance to ensure peak performance. And if you don't, they will misfire, they will eventually stop working. This is something that has been in the works for a long time. So I feel like this is something that will come in relatively soonish. Fire hazard, as we know, so the fire hazard, life support, and engineering are all on here as separate entities. I think they all need to come at the same time. I don't know whether they're going to roll out life support first, and then engineering, and then fire hazard, or if they're just going to bring it all in one go. It could be either way. But the idea that a component will age, degrade, misfire, create a fire, and then you'll have to put them out on your ship using whatever you have available. That sort of stuff was supposed to come in 4.0's initial release, and it got pushed back. So I don't expect we're going to be waiting too long for this. I do think it is a this year thing, but I don't know what point this year. It could be quite late on now that they're focusing on playability, stability. Yeah, don't use the exploits, otherwise Chris will come knocking. The new update has been letting me log out and stay in the same system. I'm assuming this is the next step before we can stay in the same spot instance after logging out. What do you mean, Shield, in the same system? Do you mean you're logging out in Pyro, logging back in Pyro? Do you think they will declare 1.0 live while the mechanics in-game are still the non-gold standard version engine? No. So, for 1.0, that is the, viably releasable product. All these things that they're outlining here will be finished to the best that they can be. It sounds like a bit of a cop-out there, but what I mean is there's probably more to be added to them, but essentially there'll be a finished version of that feature that is bug-free, working, and doing what it's supposed to do. So 1.0 release, by the time we're playing a 1.0 version in the persistent universe, in the live servers, I mean, I don't know, that could take 5 years. And then it's a lot of refining, optimizing, bug fixing, before they then officially release it as such. It's going to be a soft release. They'll still work on things. But technically, that should be the gold standard of all of these features. I don't know about... Did they say data running is part of that? I can't remember. Dr. Chakaloo, how you doing? Yes, the features in 1.0 will be finished, but they will further build on 1.0 after release. Like, this isn't all we're going to get. This is just essentially, a finished product that they could release and be done with, but they will keep building. Happy to hear it, Chakaloo. Yeah, and we will be playing 1.0 long before 1.0 is released to a live, state. Balthair, how you doing? You just want to be able to buff out the wear on cargo doors and windows. Do we mean nothing to do? No, a lot of what I do when I'm soloing Deacon is literally getting set up for org stuff. But not every time, I guess. I really hope they remove this knockdown every time. Yeah, it needs to be a bit... I think a lot of it will be determined by what you're wearing. It may even be... And I kind of hope it isn't, but that soft skills, you know what I'm talking about, if they're still doing that. Where the more it happens, the more stronger you... I don't know. I don't want that. For example, logging out in Crusader and logging back in and staying in the same system, even without bed logging. Before, if I set my spawn location to MicroTech, it would always have me go back. Well, if you're... I assume you're bed logging at the moment, right? Wherever you bed log, you come back in at. Oh, I see. You mean you've traveled to... No, what it does is it saves your last location. So the last main location you've landed at, be that a space station or a planet-side location, as in like the main 4 cities, it saves that as your now login place. If you die, then you respawn back where your Ibrahim sphere has been regenerated. That's something that's been in place for a while. It's not necessarily related to what they're planning to do with logging without a bed and so forth. That's just its own separate thing, just to kind of make it a little bit less, oh, I've logged out here, now I'm respawning all the way back here again. Any news on the bigger, older ships? 890 jump reclaim? No, so anything with size 3 and above components are not physicalized. They have to be done in a hangar, which is a real shame. It would be nice if we could do them as well, but due to metrics, corridors, they're too big to be moved through, doorways and airlocks. So, yeah, you can't do that, I'm afraid. Soft release, that's what she said. Shem Pastor, how you doing? You've heard speculation that 1.0 is supposed to launch next year. No, not a chance. Not a chance. Yeah, it's... 1.0 is a long way off. Not like massive way off, but, you know, say it's been 12 years. I suspect it'll be 3 to 5 years at best. I think it could still take longer. It's not about, you know, learning how to push out an update without breaking previous systems. It's more, they have to build all this stuff. They have to create this stuff. They have to refine their core tech. They have to finish off the core tech. It's, you know, more of what they're doing this year is getting the build into a place where when they push out new patches, things aren't breaking as much because the baseline is set, or the foundation is set. And then they're just adding new features and fixing them before they get too problematic. G-Sharp, thank you for the 19-month resub. Beers and Paddy. Much appreciated. But yeah, it's more to do with they need to build this stuff. There's a lot they want to do. NVIDIA, welcome. Speaking of respawning in lore, did anyone wonder if that story on the new loading screen will bring up a story mission of some kind? Which bit? I haven't read it all yet because I've loaded in too quick. What else we got? So charge and drain. That's also something I think we'll see pretty quick. That was supposed to be in 4.0's release, which is partly to do with batteries. Items having battery capacity that need to be recharged or swapped out, like the multi-tool, fire extinguishers, energy weapons. And then also using that for puzzles, so being able to do like maintenance missions where you collect a charge from something, store that in your multi-tool, and then sort of like jumpstart a piece of equipment. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be waiting too long for that. That could be a... If it's not a 4.1, which it doesn't look like it, it'll likely be maybe an interim patch or a 4.2. Beardy, thank you so much for the 44-month resub. Beers and party, please. You're starting a rumor about 1.0 releasing next year. At least we know who's started it now, yeah. They should let us equip the Polaris shield gen into the Reclaimer. Technically the same. Yeah, I think the idea being is that you do all this sort of stuff on the MOBIGlass or whatever, you know, face that your maintenance is on. You're not going to be able to do it physically in game, but you'll be able to land it, and if the size allows, you should be able to swap them out. Something about a crash of some kind and some people not respawning. What's that about? Sorry. You want a space spanner? Yeah, so the engineering stuff. Now, as I'm sure a lot of you are aware, Star Citizen has the name Beam Citizen because there's a lot of beams. You know, medical, engineering will be tractor beams, all these sorts of things use beams. The reason why it uses beams is it gets the functionality of that gameplay in our hands quickly, with the intention of bringing more sort of tactile ways and means of doing things. Now, when it comes to engineering, the idea of these... Oh, no. The idea of these... loop playlists. That's what I need, isn't it? Oh no, it's Kent Survival. What's going on here? Let's go back a minute. Let's go with that, and then see if this will shuffle and loop. That might work. So, oh man, I've completely forgotten what I was saying. Oh, the engineering stuff. So yeah, the engineering team, they say, you know, they're going to start with fixing and repairing components with a beam, and then as and when necessary, or if necessary, they will start adding a lot more tactile interactions with the various malfunctions that can happen, requiring different ways to fix those items. I hope they add a lot of diverse hands-on things. As an engineer, I'd love to be able to run around and do different things to them rather than just run to this component, put a beam on it, and be like, yay, it's working again. So hopefully that happens. Selig, see you next time, my friend. Have a good one. So goals for the week. Message of the day. Thank you, APOC. English Monday as well. We are looking to continue to hotfix the 4.0.2 live environment along with some commodity buy-sell price adjustments. There we go. We're looking to start the 4.1 PTU phases in the next couple of days with Evocati, and we'll have more info on this when we are closer. Look at that, straight on it. They're like, boosh. Next patch, please. Thank you, APOC. Very exciting. Question. They've stated that in 4.0.2 there is a new energy gun. Have you seen it yet? There is a new... what's it called? The gun that you earn for completing phase 2. Or was it? Yeah, phase 2 of the Stanton thing. It's that Ripper SMG. Is that an energy gun or is it ballistics? If it's energy, then that'll be the one. And yeah, I've got that one because I completed whatever the requirements were. It's pretty cool, but I think it just spits beams. The crash was in response to the story on the... Oh, the new loading screen. There is a story on the new loading screen about a crash, and some people haven't... Oh, yes! No, I did read that. Yeah, I don't know if it's... I mean, it could be building to a new storyline. It might just be something that the narrative team are like, this is interesting, you know, with this new tech. Because essentially the regen tech is relatively new to the verse in terms of how it's been retconned. So it could just be, you know, there's some issues with it. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be something that we'll see in game, essentially, too much because players cannot not regen when they're supposed to, right? But it was interesting information nonetheless. I do like that I put in those bulletins up there. I love reading that stuff. Oh, yeah, they might be talking about the infinite loading screen. How's the bug fixing going, Sunkshack? Really good. It's, you know, 4.0.2 has already taken the 4. Build to a much more solid and playable state. There's still certain things that need to be fixed or just smoothed out. But yeah, it's looking a lot better. And, you know, they're doing another hotfix already for 4.02 with whatever things that they want to get fixed or that they can get fixed in between patches. And then they're looking at putting 4.1 into the PTU for the Evocati, which is great stuff. You want flying around the lakes to find a crash site, but... Oh, you went flying around. Oh, do you mean based on that information? That would have been a cool way of doing it, yeah. So along with this window, thank you guys, along with this maintenance window, we are also updating all the shards to the latest hotfix and are looking to open up the hotfix channel later today with the client-side portion of it, which includes the client crash fixes. Thank you, guys. Good to know. Yo, Opeth. It's not working right now because it's having server maintenance. Let me just shut the window. It's a bit chilly. There we go. Oh, we just got this new like monthly subscription thing called Pot Gang, where they send you... It's not smoking weed, but they send you vegetable seeds that myself, Rachel, and Summer... you know, all the guidance on how to plant them and watch them grow. So we're trying to grow courgette, spring onion, and tomatoes. And we're all doing it together. Summer was just throwing mud around, which is great. Skidders, how you doing? They said no longer than 4 hours, and it started at 2 p.m. my time. It's now 4:15. So it's been 2 hours, 15 minutes so far. Shouldn't take much more than that. Yeah, so they send you... vegetable seeds, like seeds, you know, for planting vegetables. They send you soil, they send you the plant pots and all the stuff. It's stuff that we've done anyway in the past, but as a cool little subscription thing for Summer to be a part of, I think she's going to love it. And, you know, see where all this food comes from, which is great. Meat seeds. Grow a cow. Yeah, sorry, Sandman. I thought I'd best specify. Well, that's it, Flood. 4.1. They're getting it into the Eva Caddy's hands in the next couple of days, all being well. That is a good amount of... Well, I don't know. They said it was Q1, Q2 release, which takes it up to June. So they will be taking as long as they need to get this sorted. But with each patch, not just main patch, but incremental patch and hotfix patch, they're fixing. They're just prioritizing fixing. It already feels so much better with 4.2. 4.0.2. Flopper, how you doing, mate? I'm good, thank you. Are you? So, to become Eva Catty, either be a content creator, which is a bit of a cop-out way of doing it, I must agree, or play the alpha, you know, the PTU patches, and report the bugs in a very detailed and easy to understand. Look at this pistol. It looks so old now. Yeah, just be good at reporting bugs. Test a lot of things, help to contribute to the issue council, be very thorough, precise. It's like a job. So big kudos to the Eva Catty. The non-content creators, Eva Catty. Myself included in that. I do not deserve to be Eva Catty just because I make content. But I am thankful for it because it lets me play these patches. And the good thing is now we can talk about it as well. Kevsky, 15 months, mate. Oh, feels like I've known you a lifetime. How you doing? Are you well? You used to get chili seeds from this garden shop nearby. They grow surprisingly well. Yeah, a lot of the stuff... my cousin built me a log store with a sort of plant bed roof. And I haven't gotten around to filling that in yet, but the plan was to, you know, to fill that with all different fruits and veg. But I'm a big plant guy. At one point, I had about 60 plants, house plants, and, you know, just being able, trying to maintain them and keep them going is hard work. So the majority have died now, and we've only got a few of them. So it's nice to do this in a more controlled way rather than just off our own back, you know. Andre, welcome. How you doing? All good, thanks. Back to work today after a week off. Why I haven't been around? Fair enough. All good, I hope, going back to work. You used to say leave it to the Evos to test the rough stuff, but recently I've been talking to a few Evos, and the amount of stuff they don't know about the game is mind-boggling. Yeah, I think it's a numbers game. They need a lot of people to test it. As we see with the concurrency test, you know, until it goes live, so much is missed. But obviously, kudos to a lot of the Eva Capti because they are so thorough. I'm not. I don't have the time or the willpower to do it. So I appreciate the Eva Capti who do that. We have accidentally found those plants which thrive on a mixture of neglect and frantic overwater. That was my biggest problem, was overwatering. My lord, how many plants have I killed? The thing is, the way I see it though, you could buy a bunch of flowers and they will last a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks at best. And they cost about 20 quid, like 10 to 20, even more so. Or you could buy a houseplant and appreciate it for a good year until it dies. And I can learn in the process of how to deal with it. So I buy a lot of houseplants that survive as long as I can keep them going, and I learn in the process, but ultimately a lot of them just die. And I get to appreciate them so much more than a bunch of flowers. Plus, Rachel picks the flowers from the garden, so that's nice. Oh, an aloe vera plant. We had an aloe vera plant till I overwatered it. Oh. Yeah, absolutely, Reno. They need to be a lot more thorough with swapping out Eva Catties who aren't doing anything and testing with those who are. Absolutely. That's just part of the ongoing thing with the Eva Catty is they go through, you know, clean outs and reevaluating it. Ignorm, welcome. You have 80 plants, and needless to say, I have a problem. I love them. They're so nice. There's a garden centre near us called Dean's, which they do, like they have a whole tropical, well, not tropical, but a whole plant like house plant section, and they are phenomenal stuff. I love it. I wish I could maintain 80 plants. Since, like, we got about 50, 60 plants. And then obviously summer came along, our daughter, not the season. And it was just trying to maintain them when you're trying to look after a child is just so hard. No, it doesn't matter if you're a Twitch streamer, a YouTuber, or even an Instagrammer or whatever. I think if you're a content creator and you're on their lists, they will then provide access. Yes, absolutely. Houseplants are great for improving mood, the air, you know, all sorts of stuff. So, I do like it. They never survive, Kevsky. Solex, how you doing? Do you know of any armed land vehicles with a cargo grid to carry boxes? Ursa doesn't have the cargo grids and ejects box. No. At this time, I don't think we have anything that is armored and is able to carry multiple boxes. That said, there was a few ground vehicles. I think one of them might be an Atlas platform variant that we know are coming within the next 12 to 18 months. Most likely 12 months, I think. Whether or not any of them are like armored flatbeds or APC flatbed stuff, I don't know, but we definitely need them. I have been wanting one of those for a long while. As you can see in the video that I just put out today, I tried loading components and missiles into the back of the Argo CM or whatever it is, not the construction one, the cargo module variant, and it just wouldn't have it. It was going. So yeah, we definitely need things like that. Yeah, herbs are notoriously difficult a lot of the time, to be fair. When they were only bringing up the Evo servers for a couple of hours in the middle of the night, it was... Yeah, that's absolutely true, Chris. A lot of the time, especially if you're in the UK, yeah, it's down, mate. It's server maintenance right now. Should be up in the next hour or two, hopefully. The patches drop in the night for me, and I'm either in bed or too tired. So in the UK, you know, we can't really do much with that. But when they're up for a longer duration of time, of course we can. So yeah, what are they doing with this server maintenance? I can't remember what it was. They're doing something. Owls, you know, how you doing? The 402 does feel so much better, but the beds in the Freelancer and the Max are still bugged. I got caught in the problem that happened yesterday. I had to log out in my bed when everything went south. When I could log in again, I was in my bed, but I couldn't get out. Had to get my wife to come rescue my cargo. I mean, I'm assuming you've tried all the holding down the F key, pressing the mouse scroll wheel to come up, pressing Y and holding Y, pressing F and looking around, because sometimes the actual interaction prompt can be in a different place. But saying that, it could just be an actual, like a bug with the Freelancer. Have you checked the issue council for that, Owls and all? The Dean's Cafe? What's the Dean's Cafe? I don't like the remodeling at Dean's, and they removed... Oh, do you mean actual Dean's? And they removed all the tiny plants. It's only the terrarium plants that they have stock tinies of. No, they have all the other... They have all the other stuff there. Don't they? Oh, I didn't know you got a Dean's. That's cool. As if... but yeah, I think they've changed hands. They used to be owned by whoever, and now they're owned by someone else. But I believe the actual plant people, like the houseplant people, are like a third party. Oh, you're from York, are you? You've probably told me that before, and I've completely forgotten. But yeah, I love Dean's. We used to go there quite regularly, but since not being able to look after plants, we haven't. Oh, man. Deplorable, thank you so much for the 2-month resub over on YouTube. Much appreciated. Bears and party players, hang on. But yeah, since it's changed hands, I think they've, like you say, they've remodeled. It looks a bit better, there's a remodel, but there's still plenty of houseplants there. I'm not bothered about the terrarium stuff, though. So the live server, this maintenance is to help heal accounts left in a bad state from this disruption, as well as deploy priority fixes to the live environment. This maintenance window is not expected to exceed 4 hours. Thank you, Deacon. Yeah, absolutely, Solex. I'm sure they have plans eventually to have all these different types of ground vehicles, but yeah, for me, a flatbed is just one that I really desperately need for moving cargo of bulk, you know, along the ground. Not desperately need, but I'd like it. You feel like the ship teams need to get the gold standards out because every new ship just puts... But that's the problem. The question really is, do they go back and do all the gold standard passes on the old ships and get them all up to date to where we are now, while stopping improving any ship further? Or do they continue to push the gold standard tech, you know, and then having to do that again? Or do they push the standard of the ship tech to the point where they're at the point where it makes sense to go back over the old ones and pull them all up to snuff? It's a bit of a dilemma, really, because either way, they're going to have to go back and forth. Yeah, I do use desperately a lot when it's not desperate at all. And it's such a difficult one to determine because, you know, one will slow down the production of more ship tech, getting it to where it, you know, ultimately needs to be, while the other one will bring the old ships up to snuff. I think, as it is right now, and as it has always been, they're doing a bit of both. And I think that's the best way to do it. Because then we get the best of both worlds, but it's slower. So we still have the ship tech evolving, which needs to get to the point where it's finished. And then, you know, the old ships occasionally get brought up to snuff as well. I don't know when we're going to see the next gold standard, though. It's been a while, hasn't it? What type of Star Citizen content do you think there could be more of? I'm thinking of giving a crack myself, but I need to find a niche within the community. There's a lot now. I don't think there is much of a niche other than just putting out good quality content. I would say focus on what you enjoy and what you like doing. Otherwise, it would become a task and a hardship. I think gameplay can be the biggest, but also the smallest in terms of viewership. When things are good, you get tons of views. When things are bad, you get no views. News is consistent because most people want to consume news. But then there's not always news to consume, and again, it goes up and down with the state of the game. So, yeah, I think just in general, just do what you enjoy and just make it the best that you can do. Don't worry about anyone else. Don't worry about stepping on anyone's toes. Just do what you want to do. Back in the day, when there was only a few of us, you know, we created a group, and there were people in that group that were saying, why don't you focus on this, and you focus on that, and then I'll focus on this, and then we're not stepping. And it's like, no. I'm going to do what I want to do. And that's what you need to do. Don't worry about anyone else. You make good content. That's all that matters, right? But in terms of what to do, I don't know. I really don't know. An obnoxiously large land vehicle. I would love that. Welcome back, Winter. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. You're the head gardener, are you, Matt? Yeah, okay. Desperate's a good word for emphasis, even if it's not true. Yeah, so the gold standard won't ever stop. The gold standard is a line, like a bar, that is ever evolving as new ship tech evolves. So there's always going to be a ship to be gold standardized, which is the dilemma. You know, do they go back and keep up with every other ship, or do they focus on the main used ships, forget the rest for now, keep the tech advancing, and then when they get to the point where it's like, right, this is it now, this is it for ships, let's pull everything up to that line, which will take time, and then go from there. It's a really difficult thing to decide, but I think right now they're doing a bit of both. Yeah, it's a shame that the Hornets didn't all get gold standardized as they were doing them. Yeah, give the old Terrapin, give her a good old standard. Oh, new standard. Yeah, personality is one of the biggest factors to it, to being a content creator. Yeah, and if you can pull the wool over the community's eyes. If you are faking it, if you're trying to, I don't know how people would, but if you're trying to fake it, people will tell. They can immediately tell. You have 48 houseplants in your home office, but mostly from Dean's. I used to get a £2, £3 time plant whenever I went to Dean's, and now they seem to only stock terrarium plants in the very tiny size. Lots of small houseplants, £6 range. Then the fancy plants, that 30 or something around. Yeah, no, they do. They have a good range, though. But yeah, I think the range has sort of depleted somewhat from what it used to be when they changed hands, which is a real shame. Yo, Spooner, how you doing? All good here, how are you? Phoenix Gaming, welcome. Ground vehicles are cool and all, but the only gripe, in my opinion, is the seemingly lack of suspension. Yeah, well, funnily enough, some of them have too much suspension, some of them don't have enough. That's what I mean, that the whole ground vehicles need to get completely... Not completely, but a lot of the physics need to be updated there. Rebel, how you doing? So, the gold standard, in sort of the simplest terms, is the latest ship tech that they have. Be that physical damage or, hangers, like weapon lockers, physical components. It's whatever the current top standard of tech for a ship or a vehicle is available. When a ship gets gold standard passed, they just put all that in. So there's not going to be like platinum standard or diamond standard. Gold standard is an ever-evolving thing where they just keep rolling in the new tech as and when it's updated. Does that make sense? I don't know if I just literally repeated what I said and it just doesn't make any sense at all. Disposable, how you doing, my friend? Nice to see you. Are you well? Off topic, I really can't wait for the Mercury rework. Yeah, it would be nice. I don't know when. I haven't heard any news. And it's not off topic, Bluebird. It's Star Citizen. It's all topic. You would... Well, essentially, right now, you don't need a crew to fly a Polaris solo. You can... Well, obviously, you wouldn't because you'd be solo. But you can get away with flying the Polaris solo and be all right. But that will start to get harder and harder. Anyway, so next we have, I've spoken about engineering gameplay, solar flare. Unleashing powerful solar bursts within the pyro system, creating dynamic environmental hazards that players must navigate and prepare for. This, all I can assume is they're waiting for engineering to bring this in, because essentially it interacts with, or it systemically affects your ship's systems. So if there is a solar flare, it can kill your ships. They probably want to get engineering in first before they bring in the solar flare. We've had it before. When we had that pyro playground, we were getting solar flared left, right, and center, and it was like, ah! But yeah, I guess their intention of bringing in engineering for 4.0 was the idea, and then solar flare after is all I can think. But yeah, I don't know when that's coming. Vehicle radar and scanning rework, and FPS radar and scanning, both separate, but they're updating all the signature systems, the radars for ships, the scanners for ships, making them bespoke per ship. Sorry, not per ship, per role. So, exploration ships will be good at detecting anomalies. Mining ships will detect minables. Salvaging ships should be able to detect metallic objects, things that you can salvage. Commander Sin, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it was so cool, was Pyro Playground. It's a shame that the solar flare didn't come around at that time. But thank you for the follow, by the way. And we are in... This is a big system that will impact a lot of areas and a lot of gameplay. The current system is quite old and isn't up to date. It'll also, hopefully, allow for more stealth style gameplay. Again, likelihood is engineering is needed first, because the signatures, or the updated signature system, will be based upon the output, the signatures of each component and each part of a ship, and how that can either mitigate or push out heat or infrared, and well, it's the same thing, isn't it? Or EM. And there will be other signatures like decibels. For FPS, this is just getting the same kind of system, but on your suit, and then different suits having the same kind of variation to that, like an exploration suit, allowing you to find things of interest, mining suits, finding minables. Not that you can't put a mining radar on a fighter. You should be able to do that. It's just you won't be able to see all the information you would want as a combat ship, but you can still go out and look for minables for friends. And I hope, when it comes to salvaging radars, that we will eventually get back the ability to tell if a ship has been... Well, I mean, to be fair, any radar should be able to tell if a ship has been claimed on insurance or not. So is it owned? Does it have an owner, or is it derelict, right? So that would be very nice. This has been in the works for a long while. We saw the FPS radar stuff a while back. They'll be refining this stuff in Squadron. So hopefully it's a this year thing, but I don't know. Yeah, thank you, Hero. No, it was a lot of fun camping. Even in that wind, it doesn't really bother me too much. I was a bit like, oh my god, is this going to blow my tent in? Well, I didn't think it would blow my tent in, but I thought it might wreck my stove. But yeah, thankfully it wasn't too bad. But that next morning, I had to get out of there quick because that wind was coming up again. A lot of fun, though. Aristar, welcome. Transponder on versus off. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that they can do, and I do think, even like masking reg tags, right? So you can mask yourself as a different ship when you're trying to get past someone. If they can't physically see you and they're scanning you, you could say, I'm an Aurora, when actually you're a Starlancer. The signatures won't match up, but that's for the person scanning you to figure that out. So yeah, that would be really nice when that comes along. A big improvement. Your Hornet Mark II keeps exploding and despawning in the hangar of the 890 jump, not from using elevator, but my Vulture stays there comfortably and cozy. Oh, I don't know why that's happening. Has anyone else experienced that? In Pyro, any ship is fair salvage. Yeah, fair enough. Real problem is, I've taken out 7 Polaris with my Hornet. Doesn't bode well. Its inability to maneuver. Is this by hitting is that because of a certain location where you hit it? Because I know there's a bit of an anomaly with the Polaris, where it has a very vulnerable weak spot where it shouldn't. And I think that's something that needs, that should get addressed. Because obviously, a single Hornet shouldn't be able to take out a Polaris. It just wouldn't happen. So... yeah, that's something that certainly needs to be looked at. And again, I guess it'll just be over the course of each patch they'll update things like that. But then I guess as well, engineering Maelstrom will be a big impact there. Something about engineering, they plan to release it before every ship has physical components. Well, so this is again going back to the whole gold standard passes. I think, and I don't know this, but I feel like what they'll likely do is try to gold standardize as many ships as possible, prioritizing the main, ones being starter ships, entry ships, the more prominently used ships. Start with those and get as many as they can done, and then have engineering go out, even if that means certain ships are left behind. I don't know if they can get through every single ship. Right now, they are trying to work through as many as possible. So it could be that the reason why we haven't seen any gold standard ships for a while is because they're just trying to push them out. Or not push them out, but get them all up to date as quick as possible. But I wouldn't be surprised if when they released engineering that certain ships don't have it. Which obviously is not good, but it is the nature of the beast, and eventually they'll get there. It'll just mean maybe don't use them. But yeah, I'm hoping that they can get all ships converted to at least engineering. Even a gold standard doesn't have to be every single thing. It could just be the physical components, right? They don't have to be like, right, let's do that and let's do that. It could just be, let's get the physical components sorted first, then engineering can release. Watching your latest video, are you not going to be doing off-grid gameplay, or is this another option for you with the hangar stuff? This is just another option, yeah. That's my main account, which I do a lot of org stuff with. I have 2 off-grid accounts, one for Twitch, one for YouTube. They're separate, so yeah, off-gridding is still happening. Shepsky, Shepherd Dog, how you doing? You change your name or you change your account? What happened? Have you been in trouble? Wing, welcome, and Mithrand, welcome. if the Polaris is manned by one guy, yes, it should. If the Polaris is stupid enough to stay... Well, no, technically not. If they get on board and, if a player in a Hornet is unlikely to ever be able to take out a Polaris in its entirety. The only way it would do that is if it's continuously punching through the Polaris, if it has enough firepower to do so, to hit a critical component, which would take a lot of time and effort. So I suppose, yes, if the Polaris is sat still for no reason and just, not moving, then there is a potential that it can get through. The only way a Hornet would ever really be able to do that is if the person EVA'd out of the Hornet and into the ship to then destroy it. So, no, I don't think a single combat ship, like small fighter ship, would ever be able to... Yeah, it wouldn't even be able to penetrate the shields. It just doesn't have enough firepower. But yeah, exactly. They shouldn't be able to ram it, of course. Yeah. It just makes sense. And that's not where they want it to go. But right now, we don't have all those systems that would make that work as such. Just like the sonar operators on a submarine, there is a very large database of ship sounds they go through to ID what ship is near them. Yeah, and, as someone who may be like a radar operator on board of a ship, being able to, like, part of the skill base of like, your reading signatures is depending on the ship you're using, but being able to determine what something is purely by the signatures that are being put out by it. So, if you are scanning in an area and someone has a reg tag that says, I'm an Aurora, when they're actually, Starlancer, the signatures you get back in terms of the IR and the EM, you would be like, that doesn't line up with an Aurora. There must be something strange there. Demon, how you doing? You're trying to get into Star Citizen. Do you think it's worth your time? Well, that's for you to answer. I think it's worth anybody's time, but it really depends on whether or not you are okay with bugs, a work in progress game where the alpha isn't always fun. It's buggy, sometimes you can't even get in. Sometimes you can be in the middle of something and it'll just crash and everything will be lost. It is without a doubt the best game I have... Well, it's not even a game yet, but you know what I mean. The best gaming experience that I have ever had. Without a doubt. Hands down. But while it's an alpha, that is few and far between. Hopefully this year, they're going to start really pushing on the playability and stability, as they've said. So, yeah, I think it's definitely worth trying. And if you've got 6 to 7 hours of free time a day, then you will probably be able to play it a lot. You might even get bored with it because there's still a lot of stuff missing from it. But I would say give it a go. All you have to spend is $45 to try it, and if it doesn't play well or sit well with you now, eventually it will do. But at the same time, there might be a free flight coming up in the not too distant future that you could wait for. Yeah, it takes a bit of time. You can't just jump in and... I mean, you can with the hangars, but, not as much. Cal, how you doing? There is a point on the Polaris at the moment that will blow it up if you hit it with... Yeah, exactly, Winter. Yeah, and that needs to be gone, of course. That's not intended. Has CIG said anything about implementing tech to remove your ship's signature altogether? I don't know. I think as part of the stealth mechanics, that should be a possibility based on the components you are running and how you use them. So the idea being is that if you are kicking out infrared, your coolers are supposed to store that. And the Terrapin has a functionality where it can hold that heat in and contain it without releasing any of it for a duration of time. But of course that heat builds up and up and up, and it can cause problems and maybe even burn you, I suppose. So yes, there should be a mechanic at some point where, and this is part of the engineering system, I'm sure, where you can contain your signatures to kind of go off radar. But then you've got to counter the radars that are being used and so forth. So there's a lot of back and forth, but yeah, stealth is part of that. Serpenol, welcome. Servers are back up, are they? Oh, I think we've got an hour and 15. Nasty B, how you doing? Welcome. Lanzelot, welcome. Should we try? We should try. All right, let me have a wee, get a beer, and then we'll jump in. Let me go do that now. So we can at least crack on with what we're trying to do. I don't know how much we're going to get done today, but we might even be able to just scrape a lot of holes. Sorry, dismantle a lot of ships, bring them back, and then come back on Wednesday and do the rest. You know it, guys. You know it, my friend. Right, 2 minutes. Right, let's jump in. Oh, finally. Press. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we've just heard. Again, I don't know how much we're going to be able to get through, but we could try. Do what we can. Go out and see if we can just salvage some things and then build them up for later. Yeah, we can do a bit of salvaging and see how we get on. Yo, Knight, welcome. Everyone to a terminal, quick. We're all in a queue. Oh, no. That guy, Philip, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. How are you doing today? Yeah, nice and buttery smooth, if we can get in time. Yeah, hopefully my hangar is as it was. We'll see. We'll see. It's such a shame if my hangar has been wiped. Right. Oh, login queue. We might be a little while. Ah, I'm not quick enough. Right, are you all in the same one? 403, 487. You're all in different ones, guys. Oh, you're in the menus. I see. Okay. Are you just waiting for me to jump? I'm going in. Oh, you're in one, are you? Oh, okay. That makes sense. is my beer juice or pressed lettuce. Probably wouldn't taste that bad, to be fair. How dare you? I wonder if that pub took that lettuce and created something out of it. Oh, wrong button. Bow, bow, bow. Oh boy, just trying to sort out chat. There we go. There we go. Yeah, me too, Canadian Gamer. It would be nice if we didn't have to keep resetting that stuff, wouldn't it? Well, we can wait. Knight, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Sure thing, Kevsky. So, myself and Deacon are going to be in the Reclaimer. I need a box handler to use my Atlas in the Reclaimer. And I need 2 operators for the lasers. And then, if anyone else... What I suggest doing, we can all party up, regardless. But if we all... do stuff to work towards the CFP stuff. So go out and mine Corundrum, go out and mine tin and whatever you can find. And then we will regroup once we have enough and put it all into either the Polaris. I'll gather all mine up into my Reclaimer. We're probably not going to get it all done today, but just build it all up, and then on Wednesday we can push all that into storage or get it out of storage and take it through to where it needs to be. So if you are looking for something to do in-game, do all the CFP mining stuff, salvaging stuff, and yeah, when it comes around on Wednesday, we can just load it all in, take it through together. Pool cleaning in Texas. So I'll be disassociating and playing Star Citizen vicariously through me. Oh, but it's lovely weather where you are, though. Nice and warm. Thank you for joining us, though. Appreciate that. Do I have 4 of 4 friends? Oh, I do. Yeah. Yeah, that was nasty. Every time he likes to bring me some form of vegetable. Or bacon fries, which he hasn't in a while. Lely Gabby, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Oh, yeah, I don't know what condition the lettuce is in now. You like the future option of components being persistent also, and we don't have to keep buying them. Yeah. So I'll show you my hangar if it's all there. The idea being is that if anyone wants to buy any arresters, if you want to buy any Stalker size 5 missiles, by all means you can come and buy them. Yeah, I think it's intended, Flopper, to have regular scheduled maintenance. I mean, this one we were told about quite a bit ago. Before it happened. It wasn't like something that was just immediately dropped upon us. In fact, when was it actually initially announced? Was it earlier this afternoon? I can't remember, but yeah, obviously it would be nice to get a lot more notice. You're 100 behind me, eh, Alzano? Yo, Spantek, welcome. Yeah, kind of. They've just gone back up again, but everyone is trying to get in. Your hangar isn't loading. Oh God, here we go. The issues were from 8 o'clock GMT. Right, okay, so yeah, that's what this maintenance is for, is to address those issues. What happened then? What was it that caused the issues, or what were the issues? Gotta get that rabbit food. Queue's already formed and Corundrum is out of stock. Yeah, classic. Oh, Amazon servers had a major outage. Wow, okay. Wonko, how you doing? Nice to see you, mate. Oh boy, I didn't know that. Some accounts got stuck in a permanent lockout, which is why maintenance today. Well, thankfully they've gotten on it quick. Have I got any requests for the next Manchester CitizenCon? Yeah, you could bake me some form of like lentil pie. How about that? Instead of just bringing me an ingredient, make me something that is 100% vegan, and I'll take it from you and eat it. Maybe not in front of you. I'll have to test it first. Yeah, bake it. Aussie Q was one for you, and you're loading it. I don't know which one we're loading into, to be fair. Did you go to the USA server, APOC? I may have put a piece of duct tape on the hangar door. Yo, Killercram, how you doing? I'm going to wait for the servers to not be so DDoS. Yeah, fair enough. It's jumping in immediately after the patch goes back up again is probably not the best idea. We can do little things to get set up, but yeah, I don't know how much gameplay we're going to get out of today, to be fair. You're in, are you, Scott? How's it going so far? No, I know you can't bake. That's why I'm not expecting anything. Oh, we're 9th now. There we go. Let's turn you off. Yeah, peak EU login times. But yeah, we'll see how we get on. See if we can get set up and at least get out and start salvaging something before logging out. We've only really got an hour, less than an hour, because I need to be back at the hangar, getting everyone out and storing the ship. Yo, fathers, how you doing? Yeah, all good here, thank you, mate. How are you and yours? Are you well? You'll be jumping into Star Citizen later this evening after some fish and chips. But it's not Friday. Not that it matters. No, it's not hard to find vegan food camping. It's, I mean, I don't eat the dried stuff. Part of my channel, which is a big part of what I love about camping, is cooking proper meals on a stove or with, you know, on a hot tent stove or like a jet boil. That's something that I really enjoy. And what you will find with my channel is eventually a list of recipes. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all going to be plant-based, but you can throw in whatever you want. Like this red Thai curry that I've made, I use tofu, but if you wanted to use chicken, you could just replace that with chicken. So, essentially, the meal is the same, but mine is plant-based. If you're recreating it, you can do whatever you want with it. It's quite a straightforward thing. But yeah, I've never been a fan of the whole like Wayfarer, Real Termat. They're fine, but I want better nutrition. So I like to properly cook proper meals. But to be fair, it's not hard to find plant-based meals. The pub that we went to at Brothers Water Sykeside, usually they have some really nice meals there. But this last one was like a butternut. No, it was supposed to be a butternut satay. Butternut satay curry, and the butternut wasn't cooked, and it just tasted like an overly spicy curry with just very bland, which is crazy. So yeah, I like to take proper stuff and cook it. You go up to the fells, dear. Very nice rest. I mean, at the end of the day, I cook, or the meals I make are based, a lot of it is based on the situation that I'm in, right? So camping at a campsite, you take all sorts of stuff. Car camping, take all sorts of stuff. I will certainly be looking into doing more, lightweight style. Oh, thank you, Deacon. Trips, but again, I'll try and cook proper meals, versus like packeted stuff. If I have the extra salvage material for the event going on, how do I use that from the hangar? Do I need to raise it from the lift? I don't know, because people are saying that you don't. You can just do it by. You don't have to do that. You can just sell it from your ship, from what I understand. So I don't know. I guess it's just something you'd have to go and sell at a TDD if you've got excess. But I'm not sure. I haven't done it yet. Lost Photographs, how you doing? You tend to pick a server on the side of the world that is as far into the night. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Bag of cashew nuts. Love cashew nuts. Toasted cashews, especially in curries. Oh, they're nice. Yeah, off-grid cooking with Mac. Yeah, at the moment, I can't really recommend any vegan cheese. It is all god-awful. Saying that, there are some that are alright, but it doesn't melt like proper cheese. That's the one thing I probably miss the most, is that. Oh, I know. Thank you so much for becoming a patron, my friend. Beers and Paddy. I mean, I used to work on a deli where we would have a whole range of cheeses. Yeah, so unfortunately, not so good. They'll be getting better, though. Can we invite Mighty Steed in, please, Deacon? Yeah, there's a lot of options out there, but they're not the best all the time. That's why, you know, I just had to learn how to cook, and I'm glad I did. Yeah, spicy and bland. I mean, spicy doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be flavorful, right? But, you know, satay is supposed to be kind of peanutty, and it didn't have any flavor of peanut. As I say, the butternut was just solid. Had barely, it was all just like, ugh, it was horrible. I literally made a better meal on my tent stove in a storm than a tent, you know, what do you call it, a chef could come up with in a pub. Well, he's not a chef, clearly. The wife was vegan after 15 years of being with you. She's pescatarian. Fair enough. An Indian panic. Oh, yeah, a lot of the Indian foods are nice. Dals, I make a great dal. Lentil dals. Oh, man, I love them. Fortunately, Rachel doesn't like spice. So we clash with a lot of diets. Well, not diets, but a lot of meals. Melatonin, good for sleep, is it? Cashews, didn't I? You was today years old when I realised that your accent rhymes cashews with sneezing. Achoo, cashew. How do you say it? Cashew. Diet cheese. Oh, okay, Brink. I'll have to look at that. They do so like a pretty nice, alright Wensleydale style cheese, but not the best. Yeah, Violife is alright. It's, what do I use at the moment? I can't remember what I use at the moment, but it's fine. Doesn't really melt very well. Oh, does satay actually mean peanut in Thai? Fair enough. Alright, now, has anything persisted? Oh, yeah. Alright, we got the vehicles there. Let me just pull up the reclaimer now. Yeah, let me just see what we got. Oh. I don't know where I was going. We'll request delivery and then see about a paint thing. Fish and chips o'clock where you are in Australia, Erms. Very nice. Vehicles. I think I've only got the one livery. Yeah, I don't think I want that on. I prefer just the basic look of... Oh, Jesus Christ, you scared me half to death there, Deep. Can you hear me all right? We might have to do the whole mess around with comms. You hear me, guys? Hello, hello. Don't have to apologize, Erms. Couldn't care less what other people eat. Taking the family to St. Augustine, Florida for a spring break. Been trying to find a place to go camp with the girls, but you have to look a year ahead. Really? Oh, yeah, I suppose with spring break, it's a busy time. I've never eaten a Szechuan pepper, but I do like, you know, the Szechuan flavor in curries. Yeah, Moroccan, great, some tagines and so forth. That's really nice. All right, down here, boys, is where you can sit and chill out. Got my CSV there. Yeah, it'd be nice to get more range of hangar styles. So we've got some seating down here. We've got the Atlas there, which is going to be for the... Oh, it's already that colour. Bollocks. And then here we have... This is what I was sorting out. There's this box here is for everybody to use for... If you don't have a weapon, you can grab a weapon. Now, I don't think any of them have ammunition in. But you should be able to grab a weapon, and then we can get some ammunition for them. There's all sorts of stuff here that I'm still sorting through and planning to sell. But for now, there she is. Nice one, Deacon. Could you move the Atlas? If you want to, yeah, if you sort that out, get that loaded in. Sweet potato cakes. I love sweet potatoes. Started eating purple sweet potatoes. They're kind of cool. Talking of purple, it looks like that, but much smaller. There's some alright vegan brie. I mean, the feta is alright, and yeah, that's quite nice. Mozzarella, yeah, mozzarella or whatever it's called. Place near us that does a katsu dish, but it's actually satay. There's, you know, what's that? Oh, I need some liquids. Hang on, I need to go. Jesus, mother of God, that was... Deacon, that nearly whacked into me there. Flipping heck. I need some liquids. What's that, quite a known brand of restaurant, Wagamama's, they do a nice katsu curry. You suck at multitasking, so I'm going to hop off of here and go hunting now that you're in Pyro. Okay, fair enough. Have a good time, Winter. Thank you for hanging out. Daverick, how you doing? Am I making you thirsty, mate? Do I have any liquids in here? Deacon, do you have any juice? Oh, food and water in the box. Excellent, thank you. Yeah, I assume they're the same ones. The purple sweet potatoes are really, really good for you as well. Yo, Joe Beast, brie with steak. I've never thought of that. I did used to like brie and bacon sandwiches. They were nice. Okay, we're good to go up, guys. Let me just get a drink, because I am dying here. We should be able to... This should work now. It does look. They've got it working again, where you can actually use this properly. Brie, bacon, and cranberry. Oh, it was a joke. But I think brie and steak would probably taste pretty good together, to be fair. Nice one, Deacon. I need to get more accustomed with this ship as well, because I've not used it nearly enough. Oh, walnut cake, coffee cake. Yeah, oh, very nice. Rachel made a kumquat cake. No, a lime quat cake. We've got some lime quats. That seems to be the thing these days, is mixing all these different types of fruits together to make, like, hybrids. Yeah, try it, Hero. Try it. When I used to work at a holiday park, we used to get... it was the first time I ever lived away from home. So my friend and I lived together, and we would go to Filey, because we used to work at a place called Primrose Valley, which was just a walk across the beach to Filey. And we used to go to the deli there. We used to go to... the bakery, and we would get, like, his dad was a chef, so, you know, we would always get a load of good stuff and get back home. And, you know, out of everyone on the holiday park, we were the only ones that actually ate really well. Everyone else was just like takeaways and stuff. Yeah, this ship... Oh, thank you for becoming a channel member, a patron, by the way, Ignom. This ship is in desperate need of an update, a gold standard pass, but it's one of my favourite ships. Sponsored by Cadbury's. It certainly feels that way. I don't like it. Alright, let me just get accustomed with what each station does what. I'm going down to the bridge. Hopefully it doesn't deek. Yeah, hopefully they've fixed that. A kumquat. No, well, a kumquat. You've never heard of a kumquat. A lime quat is a cross between a kumquat and a lime. So, this is a scanning station. Apparently. Let me just see if this does anything. Isn't this supposed to be like a turret? No, I guess that's not the turret. So these ones with these are turrets. Are you in a manned turret up there? Where are the manned turrets and where and how do these work? Do I need to turn the ship on first? You went swimming off Filey Beach on New Year's Day. Nice. So interesting little places, Filey. But yeah, between Primrose Valley and Filey, there was this beautiful beach walk that we would get our fortnightly pay, we would go and do the shopping. Good evening, Ehawk. How you doing? So there's a manned... I don't know. Is there a manned turret? It looks like there might be. I need... Deacon, do you know much about this ship? Could you just give me a tour of where everything is? There are 2 manned turrets. Right. I need to look around this place and get to grips with where everything is. So these are the 2 salvage operator beams. I don't want a new reclaimer, but I definitely want the updated one. Is that... Yeah, so the top one is currently... Let's get into this. Okay, so that is to change between them. We've got a tractor beam to pull things in. Which I'm not going to do with my... Am I going to do it with that? No, I can't reach it. Okay. And then we've got a trawler scraper module. Okay. Good to know. So that's 1 and 2. Yo, Ludovic, welcome. I know the reclaimer can take off from the 3 major stations at Pyro, but can we land those 2? But can we land at those? I heard that we can. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think they have that now. So this is 1 remote turret, and then there's another one around the other side, isn't there? Yeah, I don't know, personally. How do we enter this? Ah. These stupid interaction points. So that's 1 turret, which is on the side, and you have this. This is a bit unusual. It's a strange angle, but fair enough. Okay. And then the other one is the other side, correct? Yeah, VoIP's dead. So 2 scanning stations, 2 turrets. Does the scanning stuff do anything? Yeah, cooking crafting will be a thing. And also you could hire someone to, like an NPC to cook better meals. And, you know, all that nutrition will be a part of your character as well. Reclaimer can land at pyro stations. Thank you. No, I don't think you can scrape the inside of a hangar. No. So the large turret is on the top, and that's just around this corner, is it? Yeah, okay, so that's the top man turret, which has got XP in at the moment. That's the drone room. That's the gravity room, down to the bridge as well. Are there any other man turrets around here, then? I'm afraid so, Kayla's. Yeah. Cruise is not the future. Got an EVA port there. Don't know if that works. Got captain's room on the right. Crew quarters. Oh no, sorry. Captain's there. Crew quarters there. And then you got your EVA or your airlocks here. That goes down to engineering, and that's your elevator in... Oh, shit. I thought I disabled that. Sorry, Deacon. I thought I changed that that command. I shouldn't have done that. You'll be up in a second, don't worry. There we go. My apologies. So the 2 remote turret stations swap between 3 remote turrets. Did I damage you? Sorry, dude. They swap between 3 remote turrets each. Okay, so you can go from one to the next. I see. I'm sure I disabled that command. I'm so sorry. E-Hawk, thank you for the 32-month resub. Beers and party, please. Yeah, limited murder. And then here is the top-down view of the cargo bay. And they're the kicker outers. We should also be able to... Let me just go down to the next one, to the actual cargo bay area. Come on in, Deacon, if you want to, mate. Is it salvage processing? Which, I want to see what size boxes we can use. I was like, whoa, you stand in front of me, whoa, I'll take you down. Is there another manned turret then? Oh, up to 16. Okay, let's have a look at that. So is there actually another manned turret? Or is it just the one? So 8 is the most convenient. Okay. We can't actually choose to do it just yet. But you can do all this, of course. But yeah, we can't choose what size just yet by the looks of things. That will probably happen when we have stuff in there. Alright, let's just head out. See if we can at least salvage one thing. If we have time. Well, we have someone on the top one already. Hang on. Yeah, you choose it when you're ready to spit them out. Okay. Hot Transmission, how are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. So there's no turret down here. There's one that we passed where XP is in it now. Where's the second turret, if that's the case? A second manned turret. Oh, fair enough, E-Hawk. No worries, mate. Of course. Do what you need to do, sir. Yeah, we only have the one turret there. And then we go down to Captain's Quarters, and I don't think there are any other... Sorry, the bridge. And I don't think there are any more. Yo, Frood. How you doing, mate? Nice to see you. Bouncy, bouncy lift. Oh. Yeah, so we just got those 2 stations there. Okay. I think it is just one, unless you can man it on the bridge. Try manning it here, Deacon, and seeing if you can get in it. Oh, I can't wait to fly this thing. Yeah, it's so ugly, it's pretty. Oh, that's for the claw, is it? Fair enough. Ignorm, thank you so much for becoming a channel member as well as a patron. Hunter, welcome. Beers and party, please. Do I need to put VTOL on? Alright, I'll do that. There we are. In fact, let me... Okay, VTOL is on. Can't see it, mind. Alright, we're going up. And there is APOC patiently waiting. Oh boy, are we getting hit by something? What's that pulling us around? Oh, did I accidentally tip up before my VTOLs kicked in? Oh, you can manage power. Okay. Shame we can't VoIP each other. That would be handy. Just try and get a bit more power forwards. You was at one outpost yesterday before the crash. Had at least 20 abandoned vessels. Oh, boy. You wish you had your SRV, you would have hauled them away. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can imagine, But the thing is, I think what I did is I was like that, and then I pointed my nose up, and then switched out of VTOL, so I think I went meow before the thrusters kicked in. We're going up now, though. Slowly but surely, we're getting up there. XP, you don't need to be in the turret just yet, mate, if you don't want to. When we get into bother, then of course you can jump into it, but for now you are free to just do whatever you choose, and I'll sing the blues if I want. Well, that's not working. You guys hearing me over VoIP?
Hearing you now.
Excellent. Yeah, that's true. You can salvage the A90. Bit too easy, though, to come across that sort of stuff. Whoa, boy. Okay, we need to keep our distance with these ships. That was close. Yeah, try connecting to party Deacon. It took a bit of clicking to get it to work, which is weird. All right, let me see. Oh, hang on. I've just opened ship ports. Let's close them up. Tell you what. Let's just go into the maps and see somewhere in the daylight, and we'll head there so that we can see what's going on. As much as space salvage is probably better for this vehicle, I still want to go planet side. In fact, Astos is about to become daylight time, so let's head there. We'll start by clearing up our homes, our homesteads. Do you hear me now, Deacon? Straight out the hangar in first person, straight into the hangar in first person. I don't miss. You can hear Deacon, can you, APOC? Oh, and I don't hear Deacon, but he can hear you, but not me. They didn't fix the VoIP then. Kitta skins in game have always been for it. What the kitty thing is. You know what I'm wondering is how the Star Kitten suits and pulse they keep showing off fit in. Do you think it's just... Oh, I don't know. Do you say they're always referral only? Alright, do we see any? We won't be coming into land. We'll just be checking to see if there's anything worth salvaging. In fact, what we could do is... You just check there, Mighty, do you hear me? If you hear me, if you check to see if there are any ships there, what I'm going to do, actually, is take on a mission to go to a bunker. They generally have things around there. Even if it's in the dark, it's fine. But that'll at least give us kind of a guaranteed ship to salvage. Working suit lockers, yeah, I can't wait for that. Furco, how you doing? I know, it's so strange how you know, sometimes you hear some people, but not everybody. Makes no sense to me. One thing that I truly, truly love about the Reclaimer, and always have, is the bridge. How you can see your friend, apart from the weapon glitching through there, or the device, but being able to have this kind of feeling. And these are big enough to put a cup on, which would be wonderful. Alright, I think it's going to be in the daylight. You look forward to being wrong. Yeah, one day you might. Yeah, Ghost Hollow. When the sun comes around there, we can go there as well. Does it have good lighting? Nice. No, I don't do the missions. I firstly prefer to just find things as and when they come along. But also, I prefer the to help with the server. You know, I'm cleaning things off. That's one of my favourite things to do with, like, the Vulture, is just taking ships out of the game. Yes, I mean beer. Yeah, or a coffee pot. Now, let me share this mission so that you guys should be... Make sure you accept it, otherwise I think we'll be trespassing. They load up your console with... What, on the Reclaimer? Bastards. I don't know, Cameron. From what I've heard, you can get bounties from... sorry, Corundum from bounties. Someone was saying so earlier. I can't remember who it was, but yeah, I believe so. So we got a... is that Scorpius? Yo, Tendag, welcome. Yeah, there's caves in Pyro. I haven't found many. Let's slow it down a little bit.
Remember, once you get slow, you're gonna need those VTOLs to stay in the air.
Yeah, I've just deployed them. Not sure if I'm still sinking, slowly sinking, I think. There we are. Okay, we've got an Avenger.
On the right side of your advanced HUD, marked by VSI, is your rate of ascent or descent.
Yeah, nice one. Might be worth putting it down and going and checking these ships out first, seeing what we can salvage from them. Let me just find a place to land. I love that squealing sound. That light isn't helping in my face. Be ready to disembark, guys. My first time properly flying this, by the way. That looks like a decent spot, what we got down below us. Do we have any, like, floodlights to light up the ground below us? I don't think we do we?
I can just use my lights.
Thank you. Are we down? I mean, it's not giving me the landing complete yet. Seems alright. Oh, no, I need some food. Does it look alright? I need to get some food out of this box.
See past the portable star on your nose, but it looks like it's down okay.
It just didn't give me, like, you know, landing complete kind of thing. Usually it does, but never mind. Oh, is it changing temperature and stuff affecting your legs? Nightmare, mate. Right, I can do with a weapon as well, but we should be fine. Kind of in my work gear. You guys go get ready on the lift and I'll be with you in a second. Nom 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 nom. Oh, I barely even touched the sides. That didn't work. Let me have a sandwich, see if that works. Put that in there. Take a tractor beam. Oh, I had one. Okay, never mind. Oh, there we go. All right, that worked. No need for a helmet. It's all good. We're only on microtech. Be nice when we do get proper suit lockers and things working here, though. Alright, let's go down to the exit. Hopefully it doesn't put us in an awkward spot or out the ship. Ah, that's good stuff. Let's go see what we're dealing with. How do we send this ship back up, this elevator? Does it just go back up on its own accord? Or do we need to press it?
Most elevators seem to reset to default position after a while.
Ah, fair enough. Well, thank you, XP, for pressing it. Right, let's go and get a closer look at these vehicles.
Press the button and run.
Yeah, that's what XP did. Oh, it's all right, Kevski. You know, I've only got half an hour left anyway, mate. With the server maintenance, it pushed it all back. But on Wednesday, we can jump in and do more if you're around. I would say RTB 50 minutes. Yes, absolutely.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you, mate. You have to cook dinner, Vigorous. No worries, mate. What are you cooking? Let me know. No, I don't like that elevator. I keep falling out of it. Oh, is that a vulture over there, or is that the turret? It's the turret. APOC, your ship was getting shot at then for some reason.
Hostile NPC.
Oh shit, you guys go in front. If you come across a weapon, let me know. Or a spare.
Careful, Steve, you're under attack.
Yeah, watch out, mate. You're being shot at there. Oh, here's a weapon. Brilliant.
Not gonna last long with that amount of fire.
I'm shaking. I'm a bit cold. Nice, guys. Oh, shit, we completed the mission. All right, let's... I think we're good to salvage any of these, to be fair, because they all look like they've been abandoned. And, I mean, they're here anyway, so I'm going to head back quick. Guys, come load up with me, and we'll get on with salvaging, because we ain't got long. I want to at least get something salvaged as quick as possible. Where did I put that weapon down? Ah, nuts, I've lost it. It's alright, I'm not prepared for this kind of thing. Let's go! Wonder if they ever make the TOBII tracker tell if you're drinking something and then your character drinks. Well, that would be kind of fun. Yeah. What's occurring here? That mighty steed firing. Does anyone know how to unlock the ports on the mole?
Going back to the Polaris, I'm gonna use the big turret to kill these.
Yeah, nice one. I'll come and mow them up once you're done. I don't know what the keybind is, but if you go into your keybinds, the top drop down, I think it is just, you know, whatever the first one is for your controls, it'll tell you there what the unlock ports or open ports and lock ports are. And, you know, I bind mine for my own thing, but, yeah, you can obviously do whatever you need with yours. Right, Alt-K is default, is it? Thank you. Oh boy, I'm cold. Cold. Where's the button for this? Oh, you've got it. Nice one. I need to get in. I'm suffering. Oh, Deacon's trying it. I don't think it's worth it, Deek. I don't think it works too well. No, don't create stuff to salvage. I like it to just be, you know, organic. All right, let's go up XP. I think Deacon's using the other elevator. Yeah, so you can toggle all on or off. And then, yeah. Yeah, I have mine bound to my stick, so I can just flick it and it'll sort it out for me. Whew, there we go. We're getting warm again. No time to lose. Organic and vegan, yeah. A vegan silencer. Free range. Right, I'm moving quick. Are you in yet, Deke? Come on in. You could be one of the operators. Yeah, so the big lift seems to be working all right for now. I don't know about this small one. I don't think Deacon's getting in. Has he gotten it? Oh, he's in. It worked. Excellent. All right, hop on one of the laser things. Let's get scratching. Been looking forward to this moment for a while. How are we looking in terms of blasting those ships? Oh, what? Sorry?
You've got speed incoming to you. I'm getting into the turret right now to do splicing.
All right. What's that? You say Mighty Steed's coming in?
Yes.
Roger. I'll go pick him up. Be a bit quicker. Oh, no, it won't. He's right here. Hang on. You're all right, Steed. Coming in. Coming in, mate. I'll open the doors. Elevator should be on its way down. I don't know if anyone's on Discord. I'm not. But others might be. Yeah, servers are backup deplorable. But there's the Discord. Thank you, Wonko. You'll give me a shout when you're in, Mighty Steed. Yo, Zim. Yeah, we're back up now, sir. So we got XP in there. I'm assuming Deacon's in another one close by.
Looks to be about 50 meters from you and closing right now.
Roger. I see him. I can see him. He's running. Count, scat, kick. Ah, you're in. All right. Let me close everything up.
Turrets are down, ships are soft death, you are free to salvage.
Lovely job. Thank you, sir. All right, I'll hover here. Let me know if you need me to move anywhere or do anything. Are we able to get both? Have we got 2 laser operators? Or is Mighty going to be one as he gets on board? You need an espresso. Well, we've just managed to get to a site to start salvaging, which we are doing. I don't really see there's a scraping happening, do I? It looks like the laser is firing off into a random location. Are you guys alright doing it? Is it just on my side that I'm not seeing it properly? Because it just looks like you're firing in straight in front of us. Are you on box duty, Mighty? Alright, you've got an Atlas to use there, mate, if you need be. Deacon, what are you on with right now, mate? Are we just not syncing between ourselves in terms of, like, what we can see? Oh, what's that over there? Oh, that's probably your thingy-me-blob, isn't it? Your Star Lancer, I'm guessing. Oh, yeah, you are salvaging it. I can see you salvaging it. Very nice. You're on the left scraper. XP, are you on the right scraper, mate? Are you able to scrape the Scorpius while Deacon's scraping this other one? Target's just come in. Oh, we've got an NPC.
So target is a bounty. I'm gonna head up there and make sure he doesn't get close to you.
Roger. It's just a cutter. You're all right. Do not waste those torpedoes. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah, good idea. Nice. The laser's not showing for you. You might have to toggle between... So if you press the right mouse button, you can toggle between laser and the other one. I take it you're in the turret and you're seeing the view in the turret, correct? We could do, yeah, those... like I say, though, I prefer to find them organically. I'd rather find them and clean up the ones that are cluttering up the locations rather than the ones that are... you know, mission-specific. He's coming in. PDCs are taking him out now. Oh, is that him? Is he soft deathed?
He's down.
And down he falls. Meow. Yeah, more salvage coming in. Yo, Geoff. So what's happening then, Solin? Why are you having trouble with that one? All right, now Deacon is scraping it up. You're trying to switch, but neither is working. Power is on.
Mac, check the power distribution MFD. See if all of the salvage beams are powered on.
I'll look into it.
Take some power out of thrust. That's why it's not working.
Oh, yeah, you know, you're right. Good call. There you go. It's not you, XP. It's me. It's the engineering side of things. You should be good now if you want to start on that Scorpius, if you can reach it. Oh, gear up. Sorry. I need to take off then. All right, gear going up. It's now working. What a surprise. My bad, guys. Upload a pic of the desk to Discord. Needs cleanup and desk needs paint. Needs paint. Yeah, I guess it's just its engineering in its infancy, isn't it? I suppose.
Yep.
We are wanting 8 SCU boxes, I think, Mighty Steed, please. Oh, point at Avenger. Sorry. Where are you?
Player and a freelancer just showed up. I think we might have found the guy who took that bounty.
Oh, yeah. Well, sorry, mate. We've done it for you. How's it looking, D? Have you got the room to maneuver on it now, then? With the scraper? Or with the disintegration thing? I know, Opeth. I've been dying for this day for a long time. I don't, but Skid, no. But I do intend to have dual PC in the future, mate. Right now, I just start a single machine. You have only ever been on one with two others, never more. Oh, by all means, jump in. Well, not now, because we're gonna be we're not gonna be long, but yeah, in the future, by all means. Do I not have much by way of?
He's trying to land to your right side.
Oh yeah, I see him. Bruno Enriquez. How are we getting on with that Scorpius? Have we scraped it yet? Because we need to be making our way off. Has he just started firing, or what's going on? Looks like he's leaving. Interesting. Just, yeah, alright. Do I need to move closer to it? Yeah, munch away. And then we'll be heading off. Yeah, nice one, Opeth. Oh, we're sucking it up, look. Very good. And now we... Well, that's fractured it, isn't it? Shall we don't have forward-facing lighting? I can't seem to find one that just points the lights in front of us. Yeah, it's not... There. Oh, that's bad timing. The lights are on. And no, not home. But they're not really doing anything. That's the Polaris. Alright, we're RTB, guys, because I need to log out, unfortunately. Yeah, good start. They help the turrets, yeah, just to sort of see stuff. Ideally, we'll be on a planet where we can see what's going on. Oh, look at that. Gotta go make the donuts. We've actually got a couple of grubbies, which are kind of like HelloFresh, but a different brand. Look at that. Just this game is phenomenal. And I think we're going to have popcorn. You just try and salvage Apoc's bottom. Going to have poppers. Tofu poppers and something.
The PDC gods.
Yeah, my lord, please do. Oh, the turrets have lights. Oh, apparently the turrets have lights. How do we turn them on? Are you still in that seat, XP? See if you can find a switch for the lights. That would be cool. Although I don't know how well it syncs up. I could see what was going on, but the scraping was a bit difficult. Oh, try pressing L. Hang on, it's probably messed with all the things again. Oh no, they're still there. Okay, so... yeah, whatever. It's fine. Slow progress. Oh, your lights are on, Ali. Oh, okay, nice one. Lyrics noted for the song. How dare CIG have downtime during your scheduled stream. Absolutely interfering with your game time. I know. Can't believe it. Typical. I'll be writing a very angry letter, as if I was a Karen. Hit your high beams, yo monster, how you doing? Yeah, it would be cool if they did. I mean, maybe they do to a certain degree. Each section has their own lights, but just not maybe enough. It would be cool to see, like, floodlights. I know they've said the reason why we don't have amazing lights for ships is because it can wash out and make it look horrific. So it's always a battle between the ship team and the environmental teams. But they did say they will improve them. Well, they have already improved them, but it would be cool to see floodlights for this. Absolutely. Unfortunately, the sun was off in the wrong direction, but yeah, when we come back on Wednesday, we'll do more of this and try to pick up everything on the server. Where are we looking? Where are you? Ah, there it is. Oop. But yeah, that was a good start. We are very brief start, just to kind of get my wings with the reclaimer. You can hear some of us, but not all of us, and I can't. No, have you tried going, like, pressing L1, going into party, and then toggling that on there? If you're in global chat now, turn that off, go to party, and try turning it on. It's a real, like, hit or miss a lot of the time, which is a real shame. I can hear the Atlas down there. I love the fact that this is like a fully working industrial ship, you know? Stuff is going on board. Right, where are we? Right above it. I'm not seeing it, so it must be underneath us? Where's the flipping spaceport? Is that it down there? I think that's it, but usually it has... Yeah, that must be it. Usually it has big lighting, which this one does not. Is that it? No, that's not it. Oh, I see. Yeah, what happened to the big lights? Usually they have those big lights, don't they? Have they removed them again? Now, are my lights on or off? There we are, they're on. Okay. See how this goes. Yeah, apologies for it being so brief. Oh, we're over there, okay. But needs must, unfortunately. APOC is landing. Oh, there's the lights. Look, you can see it now. Kind of creepy looking. It's not that one. It's the one further along, but that's fine. I'm going to come in on this approach. Push it a little further on there. Let's get landing gear down. I love that squeal from the landing gear. That really makes it feel like something's coming down, you know, big style. Tell you what, without TOBII, this would be nigh impossible. Oh, there's my little razor. There we are. Okay, guys, we're all right to disembark. Thank you for all your assistance. Wednesday, I want you all back on board. Got a lot of work to be getting on with. Hit your high beams. The Corsair has rear ramp lights. Yes, the outside lights, Joe. I really love that about what do they call them? Landing lights or floodlights. That's what we need. Yeah. That's what we need for the rest. Where's the flipping... Has XP taken our elevator? Blimey, I tell you. JK. Yo, Joe Wick, how you doing? Thank you so much, my friend. Are you Joe Dubs? Joe Wick? You're the same guy? Thanks for all the food you do. What was that, Tiberius? What did I do? Your tractor beam has stopped tractoring. Same with the Atlas. Reckon someone... Oh, don't worry about it, matey. We're getting off board now. Yeah, I don't know why that's happened. Hopefully this sort of thing can be less of a problem. Yeah, the snowstorms. That was the difficulty. Armistice. Yeah, that'll do it. Right. Well, yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really, really enjoy this, and I know it's going to be a lot of fun going forwards. We just need to get the server maintenance done so that we can crack on with it, right? So, Wednesday, back on board. Oh, very nice, matey. Good idea, mate. We'll get this lobbed in. Wait, where's XP? Oh, there you are. Alright, we're all on board. But yeah, the plan is, like I say, even if you're not crewing my reclaimer, there is still all that mining to do. There is salvaging you can do yourself. The door didn't open that time. That all needs to be done. Let's push it out this way. It all needs to be done for the greater good, the CFP. So, even if you're not on my ship, if you're in, we can all party up, all take on the missions, and get on with doing these jobs. Stockpiling as much of the RMC as we need for the job, and then moving it through. Same with the mining stuff. If you want to, I don't know if it needs to be refined or whatever, but you can do that as well. And then we can just go through together with the Polaris. I am going to change my ship skin now. I'm not a fan of the this color. I'd much prefer to just have the base color. I'll also look into the weaponry on it. I don't know if it's worth upgrading the weapons if we can. But yeah, I think we're going to be mostly in Stanton until we go through the Pyro for the drop-off. Alright, now bugger off outside of my hangar, please. Thank you very much. Or you'll be... Oh, I could just quit the party and you'll be teleported, won't you? But breaks immersion. Yekta, I don't know because I CCU'd a ship I already had. How much is it in-game? I had a ship already and I CCU'd it. It must have been like $30, $40 difference to upgrade it. But I've been dying to have this ever since it released. But yeah, I don't know how much it is in-game. Probably quite expensive. Yo, no. To me, that's purple. That's definitely purple. But it's not a fan. I'm not a fan of it. I like just the stock colour. The stock weapons on the Reclaimer are CF repeaters, low DPS but good weapon velocity. What would you recommend, Apoc? You reckon different ones? Thank you, boys. Logging out now. Boop. There we are. Beautiful. Let's get a bit of a different track going there. I don't know what that's all about. Driftless, how you doing? Because of my gameplay, you started your own little shop in New Babbage. Been a lot of fun and been meeting some interesting folks. Very happy to hear that, my friend, because that is essentially something that is possible now. and something that I thoroughly enjoy doing now. I forgot to show you, actually, my hangar where I had all the stuff set up. But, you know, especially with torpedoes, like, if you're salvaging ships, grab some torpedoes. I know people, missiles, torpedoes, ordnance, people will buy that stuff. But thank you for letting me know, Driftless. Reclaimer is 31.7 million. Flipping heck, yeah, we're on time for once. So yeah, plan is Wednesday, come back again as soon as we can, get into the ship, get set up. I'll see if I can set up the ship a bit better with extra bits in, just in case, you know, some weapons and so forth. I'll chuck them in. Is that box still in there, Deacon? Because I can chuck it in there. Yeah, we'll carry on with what we're doing and try and get it all filled up. Hopefully on Wednesday we can also make a trip through to Pyro. That would be pretty cool. Oh, hey, Belosa. Let's move on. But in the meantime, no videos planned just yet. Nothing too much going on right now in terms of video-worthy stuff. So I'll get to the other videos when things come along. Yeah, thank you, Deacon. I'll throw some extra stuff in there as well. What ND... Oh, for your ship. Yeah, good idea, APOC. I sent you guys some cash. I think I sent you each either 150 or 200,000 each. And then the rest of you that I was on with the other day, that I think, Solin, was it you that sent me the money? The 800,000? I split that between the other guys as well, but most of it goes to, like, APOC, Deacon, because they were bringing in their big guns, their big ships. 100 mil, wow. Yeah, thank you, Solin. That's been split now. But yeah, don't forget about my camping channel, !camping, if you want to see some additional content, different content that is available. What are we on Monday? Who are we passing the stream on to? We should get This Week in Star Citizen. I think the Star Citizen Live is going to be with the mission team, a Q&A, I believe. Other than that, I don't know what else we're seeing this week. Do we have any ideas? You've been remodeling the bathroom. Oh, very nice. No, This Week in Star Citizen. Thank you, Wonko. Not yet. Right, let me pass it on to somebody else. Let me see who's live. But yeah, as we know, there is a 4.1 about to go into the Evocati in the next couple of days. We have a 4.0.2 hotfix already in the works. I do, Joe. Yeah. Usually we jump in together. We have people working together. And you're more than welcome to join us. You are more than welcome, mate. Bum, ba, bum. Yeah, join the org. You don't have to be part of the org, but yeah, it helps. Not that it matters. Oh, 5 stars on. Should we send it 5 stars away? I haven't rated him yet. He does some really good YouTube content where he basically goes through all the stuff that is unknown in the patch notes. So, /raid. And he's a regular here as well. The 5 star. Is that right? Yeah, that looks to be working. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the multi-crew stuff now. It's just... I mean, I still love doing the off-grid stuff, but the multi-crew is just so much better. It's so much more fun. Right, this is my end screen. Do enjoy 5 stars stream. Pass it on to me. I'm not streaming, but still. I'll see you all on Wednesday. I hope you have a good time in the meantime if you're playing Star Citizen. And here is to getting Star Citizen playable, stable, and just more enjoyable as each patch comes along. Right, much love, and I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.